Good morning, everyone. If we could please come and sit in the front chairs, we would appreciate that. We would like everyone to be close to the speakers, close to the podium, and we'd like to get started. Someone said that the Baha'i Chair actually brought together a perfect day for this conference. They were commenting on how beautiful it is outside, and so we are very thankful that the weather has behaved, and for those of you who have traveled from far and near, that the weather at least is on our side. I wanted to say at the outset that today's program, as well as tomorrow's, is being live streamed. And the Baha'i Chair's YouTube channel has a following literally throughout the world, and I'm not exaggerating. So even though we may not have a huge audience at all times in here, we have an audience from around the world that really keeps up with all these talks that are given and benefit quite a bit from the speakers who give us some important insights into whatever topic it is that they speak about. So I just wanted you to be aware of that it is being live streamed. So I'd really like to welcome all of you, but especially the speakers, some from Hong Kong, some from Dubai, some from Washington, D.C., so Wisconsin, other places. We're delighted that they could join us, and I think this will prove to be a very interesting and thought-provoking conference. As always, organizing a conference such as this one has many individuals that one needs to thank because they pour their heart out into making sure that everything about it goes perfectly. They provide us with their ideas and with their time and with their assistance. And so there are a few individuals that I need to thank in particular. First and foremost is Dr. Kate Seaman, who is in the back at the table. Kate, could you wave? Thank you. Kate is the Assistant Director at the Baha'i Chair for World Peace. And she has been relentless in working on this conference and making sure that it all comes together perfectly. So I'd really like to extend my gratitude to her for her work. Next, a person who couldn't be here, but who helped me formulate this conference, Mr. Vafa Valapur, who is the principal at United World Infrastructure in Dubai, in the Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates. He and I spoke over a year ago about how important it would be to have a conference where we discuss the relationship between infrastructure and happiness and how important this relationship is really in relation to the kind of world that we would like to see emerge, especially in this 21st century. And so he was very helpful in agreeing that his United World Infrastructure and the Baha'i Chair would co-sponsor this conference. Next, also from United World Infrastructure, to Ms. Oberlin Reeder, where she's right here, and I'll introduce her to you in a minute. She is Senior Manager Economic Cluster at United World Infrastructure, and she has been also extremely helpful to us and has assisted us greatly with this conference, and we thank you very much for your time and for your ideas. There are some students that I will thank later. They're not here yet, but they also help us with organizing these events. So as I said, this conference is a joint effort with United World Infrastructure, and it is really my honor at this time to introduce the next person who will come and give us some opening comments. I had not met him before today, Mr. Joe Reeder, but he is principal also at United World infrastructure. And of course, I welcome his wife as well. Mrs. Reeder, if you could stand, please, be recognized. Thank you. Just a little bit about Mr. Reeder. He is legal and policy, he oversees legal and policy aspects of the United World Infrastructure's strategic relationships with government and multinational organizations. Over Mr. Reeder's distinguished career as an attorney and law firm regional manager, his clients have included countries and international corporations. He has also served as the 14th Undersecretary of the United States Army, responsible for budget deployment, long-range planning, readiness, and financial management. Additionally, he chaired the Panama Canal Commission for 4 years during its transition from the United States to Panama, and he currently, as a board member on its International Advisory Board, he advises the Panama Canal on its $6 billion infrastructure expansion. Mr. Reeder earned his Bachelor of Science in Engineering from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, his Doctorate of Jurisprudence from the University of Texas at Austin, and his Master's of Laws from Georgetown University. There is a lot more that one could say about Mr. Reeder. I've only gotten to know him today, and just the brief conversation we had. He's, of course, a very important figure in various ways. And for us, it is a pleasure to have him here this morning, and we appreciate his time because we know how busy he is. So with no further ado, if Mr. Reeder, if you could please come up and address the audience. Thank you so much.
Professor Mahmoudi, thank you very much for those kind words. I'm very honored, humbled to be on this stage with this exciting program. With people today moving to cities in unprecedented numbers, urban populations will be increasing 60% by the year 2050. Over the next 16 years, 2035, $60 trillion will be spent by governments to meet this surge of 1.2 million people, 1.2 million more people. Already, private investors and development banks are turning their focus on long-term infrastructure and real estate investments. With this challenge comes opportunity. Governments, private enterprise, and civil society organizations can innovate and create far better cities, happier cities, cities that enable social, environmental, and economic well-being for their residents, their workers, and their visitors. Many complex processes are involved and must be coordinated when planning, funding, and managing the required infrastructure development and providing the services needed for any city, let alone happier city. When the happiness element is baked into the implementation, the benefits for cities will be exponential. Greater resilience in economic cycles, a cleaner environment, increased international investment, more innovative entrepreneurship, and local job creation. What is a happier city? I'm humbled because I can't give you the answer the way others later will be able to give you, but you'll hear more helpful details from experts later. But this happier city goal requires some common language and metrics on the concept. Now, happiness has surfaced going back at least 2,500 years in the national discourse worldwide. In China, Zhang Zhao supported a path towards contentment through harmonious coexistence among man, society, and the natural environment. At the same time, Aristotle in Greece was advocating personal realization of one's potential and happiness in both private and public life. Over the past century, the instruments to measure progress and global socioeconomic advancement have improved markedly. Since 1980, economists, psychologists, sociologists, and other social scientists have refined their definition and measurement of happiness. The dominating metric of a nation's well-being has been gross domestic product, GDP, and its exclusive focus on productivity. But happiness metrics are far more nuanced measures of welfare and implicate much broader social requirements. In the last 20 years, happiness and its myriad evolving applications have captured the attention of world leaders, top social scientists, forward-thinking corporations, and the general public. Consequently, more public and private sector decision makers and specialists are collaborating to improve national happiness, and individuals are reporting on their own happiness, enriching objective measures for enhancing happiness and general quality of life. There are today, most of you know this, actual ministries in countries, the United Kingdom, Dubai, and others, that are exclusively dedicated to this goal. The public sector, civil society, organizations, and private enterprise can and do apply new measures to enhance happiness and well-being. Ideally, all of these stakeholders must work together to set policy, develop infrastructure, and manage services in cities designed for happiness. Designing happy cities, in turn, catalyzes greater social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Nations with happier citizens and residents have more job and professional development opportunities resulting from larger creative sector populations, increased entrepreneurship, and technology transfer. People living in happier cities are healthier, they have much more time and are much more productive, and they suffer far fewer healthcare-related costs. And voting with their feet, people move to these cities, they stay in these cities, they work in these cities, and they raise their families there. Happiness and well-being are contagious on many fronts. At UWI, we've been investing in and developing and managing real estate and infrastructure assets since 2005. The founders, one of them, Professor Mahmoudi, referred to Baba Valapur, U.S. economist, the second, an urban planner from Egypt, the third, an investor from Sri Lanka, Dr. Marker. They first met in the Prime Minister's office in Dubai in the early, just the turn of the century, 2000s, 2001. They were part of a diverse team carefully curated by the government to envision and realize the built environments, investments, and policy frameworks that are necessary and were found to be necessary to help build Dubai into the global city we know today. UWI's goal from the outset has been to export this integrated approach to help governments create new cities in emerging markets. We're convinced high-quality infrastructure and a strategically designed urban layout within special economic zones will stimulate economic growth, knowledge, and investment, and knowledge sharing. The time is now to weave new perspectives and expertise into the foundational fabric of our cities so that we can optimize livability, quality of life, well-being, and happiness that cities increasingly can deliver to their inhabitants. Now, this is the context of our gathering today and tomorrow, and with the impressive array of psychologists, architects, urban planners, urbanists, and economists, and I was deeply honored to meet Dr. Ho, who came just a short distance all the way from Hong Kong. So thank you, Dr. Ho, for being here. We're excited to share and hear experiences and insights on the cutting edges of making happier cities a true reality worldwide. And I don't know how much of that $60 trillion is going to be spent in the United States, but my guess is it's going to be a little piece. And it may be a very little piece. I don't know, because that's political here, unfortunately. With that, thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much for your comments and for being here this morning. I'm just going to say a few words and then I'll introduce our next speaker. You know, the Baha'i Chair has been on this campus for over 20-some years, and I came here in 2012. And what the Baha'i Chair seeks to advance is intellectual discourse, academic discourse, on topics that help us understand the broad, complex spectrum of pathways that can help us build a better world, whether that's within a community, within a city, within the nation, and of course, ultimately the whole planet. So peace is really more than just an absence of war from our perspective at the Baha'i Chair. It is a state where the basic needs of every single human being are being addressed. So the Baha'i Chair tries to contribute to this academic life of the University of Maryland by examining the barriers to peace, by examining those things that prevent our society, especially in the United States where we're located and in Maryland, to explore why it is that we have so many difficulties in trying to bring about more equity, more collaboration, more understanding, and just in general, a coming together to explore ways to resolve some of the barriers that prevent our society from being more peaceful, and I might add, happier. So what we do is we're interested in exploring everything that impacts everyone, not just any particular population. And as such, what we're interested in is to disseminate knowledge. As I said, today's conference is being live streamed. We also publish books on not only what the speakers here will tell us about, let's say, happiness and infrastructure, but we have themes of structural racism and the root cause of prejudice, of globalization and governance, on human nature, on the environment, and on the advancement of women and peace. So these are ways in which we want to disseminate knowledge that consider a different way, a new thinking about how to look at society, how to look at ourselves in advancing an agenda for peace. So you might say, well, what does peace have to do with infrastructure and happiness? And I would say that that's a very good question, and I'd like to just briefly explain a little bit about that. So this important conference advances, I think, the Baha'i Chair's vision and goal of knowledge generation, as I just mentioned. But in this context, I think happiness is not only an individualistic endeavor or a personal goal. Rather, happiness suggests a collective enrichment whereby populations achieve greater equity, inclusivity, access, health, security, and overall well-being, which implies happiness. It suggests that when individual capacities and capabilities are encouraged to grow and find expression in service to others and to society, happiness blossoms and spreads. This form of happiness lifts everyone. It lifts families, societies, communities, nations. And looking broadly at infrastructure in its physical and even in its spiritual forms, from the profoundly public to the deeply personal, presents us with a hashtag taxonomy of possible choices, vectors of purpose, origins, and destinations. Deep human purposes can be teased out of various urges and plenary plans for infrastructure, and they can render the greatest human impulses as well as the worst human impulses. Infrastructure made possible the attempt to exterminate Jews in World War II, but it also was able, through the US Marshall Plan, to successfully remake Europe. Infrastructure shapes prisons and museums, corruption and virtue, vice and love. Even when we envision our own moral, emotional, psychological, and spiritual development, what more are we doing than constructing lofty internal building projects, ones with billboards of happiness beckoning in the far distance? Infrastructure connects us to rich goals and prosaic ones, lofty ideas and need for food, water, and security and safety. Lack of infrastructure can incur debts and can be both a cause and effect towards declining spirits and fortunes. What is the terrible loss of so many buildings, so many homes, let's say, in Detroit and in other fallen Midwestern cities in this country, but an example of escape and decline of our modern era? The goal of infrastructure then, and always, whether implicitly or explicitly, refers to the expectation of happiness, of something that will last longer than we will. No person builds a bridge for precisely his or her own lifetime. Infrastructure and the desire for it run concomitant with culture and civilization, with human need for self and group understanding, with hope and expectation of better times to come. Infrastructure is therefore ever linked to more than a passing need for both human ingenuity and human help, beauty and practicality, in its conjoining of the need of practical and pragmatic relevance, and the deeper desires and yearning for human beauty and intrinsic value. Infrastructure also reflects much about the societies in which they were born from. From Stonehenge to the pyramids, infrastructure also traces human yearnings and expectations, human disappointments and loss. The values therein are the values within us in all of their glory and horror. There is ever, in any infrastructure project, the relentless and deeply human push for improvement, understanding, betterment, and for happiness. That is why the Baha'i Chair for World Peace is interested in infrastructure and happiness, and that is why it is so happy to have this conference take place today. So I would like to now move forward and to introduce to you our first speaker, who actually comes to us from Dubai, but was at one time, I think, a resident of Virginia. Is that correct? Okay, so I'm going to just say a little bit about Ms. Overlyn Reeder, who supports urban ecology initiatives at the United World Infrastructure also, including happier cities. She has presented this work at international conferences and this in international conferences in Bhutan, and she's been involved in various congresses in Dubai. I mean, she's been all over the world in relation to this topic. And I don't want to take too much more time from her time to speak, but you can read about her wonderful bio in our program. Just to say that she's earned a Bachelor of Arts in Cognitive Science from the University of Virginia and a Master's of Education from Harvard University. Please welcome Ms. Oberlin Reeder to the podium.
Fantastic. Thanks for your patience. So thank you, Professor Mahmoudi. While some workplaces spend time looking at fantasy football leagues, at United World Infrastructure, we have been playing a fantasy happiness conference for many, many years. So it is a great pleasure to finally get to see you all here. We believe that your work is a very important contribution to our next generation of cities. As Joe and Hood have shared, there's a very diverse mix of expertise in this room. As such, I'm going to attempt to provide some foundational ideas about built environments and happiness to give each of you, to support each of you in getting the very most out of the depth, experience, and insight of each of the impressive speakers that we've gathered here today. So, how can you measure happiness? Or to borrow from one of my favorite memes, as I'm often asked, how can you possibly measure something like happiness? And so I usually answer that question with a question because I've been asked it enough. I say, how can you not measure happiness? How can you possibly not be trying to measure the happiness of the people in your cities? When it comes to the decisions we make for ourselves and the decisions which are often made for us at the national level, how is it possible that we're not saying, but are we happy? And we're not insisting that someone ask us if we're happy. As broad and as messy as those answers might be, they're important. And they're especially important to understanding how we can make our cities better. So the next 40 minutes, I'm going to share some ideas of how we can and how we're often measuring happiness, who the happy people are, where they live. I'm going to talk a little bit and focus a little bit on the Middle East in that respect, because that's where I'm coming from. And finally, I'm going to talk about how our built environments might be able to nurture that happiness and how it also often prevents that happiness. With all of the claims to being the happiest, the most livable, the highest quality of life, the most ecologically friendly, it can actually seem like a lot of hype. But as our countries, our cities, and even sometimes our developments are being judged on these metrics, it's important for us to better understand what they're measuring so that we can understand why they might be relevant to what we're doing. And some of the confusing things will come up, like how could Finland be the happiest country in the world while Costa Rica is the happiest country on the planet? So I think Joe shared that happiness has been part of the conversation through philosophers for over 2,000 years. We also see it a lot in religions. And in fact, it's pretty systematic that religious systems pretty consistently have these two levels of kind of a contentment and happiness. There's a worldly happiness of rituals and things that you do every day to get a greater attachment to your spirituality. And there's also a type of happiness that's more about a lifelong realization, a fulfillment, a purposefulness in what you're trying to do in life. Drawing on these sort of philosophical and moral and religious definitions, as well as common understandings of what it means to, what people are looking for in life, social scientists have been trying to capture a consistent method for measuring happiness that can be used for making decisions for greater good for over a century. A number of influential reports and initiatives in the last 15 years have helped improve the reliability of happiness measures and the analysis of their results, as well as a growing industry of marketing happiness that have helped bring these academic discussions to the mainstream. The World Happiness Report, the Happy Planet Index, the Better Life Index, to name a few. These are often considering differing but overlapping concept of well-being, quality of life. And while now that might seem a little bit confusing, they're actually doing so in a really meaningful way, which is helping drive a better understanding of what it can mean to be happy. For example, the Happy Planet Index identifies happy life years that you have, healthy life years that you have, and how happy you are, but it offsets it by what's your ecological footprint. That way, if you're a really happy country, but you're causing a lot of damage to our shared planet, it's going to bring your ranking down. On the other hand, probably the most well-known report, the World Happiness Report, uses one and only one question to rank all the countries in the world. I'm going to come to that in just a minute. So in fact, when we start to look at all of these overlapping metrics that are being used to measure and rank our cities, we see that they're using all kinds of different methods, but they're overlapping. And while it seems confusing, they're actually doing it in a really meaningful way that's helping us understand more about how our cities can look. Environment, education, family, household, income, satisfaction, well-being. These are the most dominant themes that come across in some of these metrics. And that's not too far off what we might expect. If we shake these out a bit further, we start to see how they might be relevant to the work that we're doing in cities. We can see the real estate and infrastructure inputs, cinemas, restaurants, green spaces. We can see the services that our urban inputs provide, like power, water supply, sanitation, that help make life more livable. Then we start getting over to the effects that we're going to call well-being. These are observable impacts that we often think about when we think about well-being. Our health, our friends, our family, our income. It's this last set of measures, all the way over on your right, the subjective measures: happiness, satisfaction, fulfillment, well-being. These are what we're going to put in the category that we call subjective well-being measures. And we're going to put them under a big umbrella that we're going to call happiness, for simplicity. I think Jeffrey Sachs said in one of the World Happiness Reports that while all of these things that are being measured are subjective well-being, it's really hard to sell reports about the city with the highest subjective well-being. So it's the World Happiness Report, which really has piqued people's interests. But it's this last set of metrics that often bring us the most trouble. These are the ones which definitely seem like an important part of the discussion, but they make us more uncomfortable because they are completely determined at the individual level and according to one's own experiences and how they choose to evaluate those experiences. And it just sometimes feels wrong to trust people accurately to describe how they're feeling and not leave that up to scientists and psychologists. But it really has been the social scientists and psychologists who have been the ones working really hard to develop questions that get people to be able to do just that. And more importantly, to be able to do it in a way that is comparable from one person to another, that is robust and that's consistent over time. Because it is left to the individual, these types of questions help bridge the gap of what we can't know about people, how their individual experiences have shaped them and what they want out of life. I often try to describe to people and say, when you look at the people that make the decisions for how our cities are going to look, they are almost never, and probably never will be, very representative of the people that are actually in the cities. And those are the people deciding what it is we want those cities to look like and how they should look and what it means to be successful. So these subjective measures give us sort of like a fallback. Okay, here are the things that we think you should want in your city. Here are the outcomes we think are best. But just in case, are you satisfied? Are you feeling joy? Are you feeling laughter? Especially in today's, especially as we're seeing now, there's so often voices that we don't get to hear. And this question, these types of questions which target an individual, are the ones that can help us bridge that gap. So because these are so important, I want us to take some time to actually look at them and answer some examples of them ourselves. So if you can, if you've got a phone, if you'll take that out. And we're going to try and do a live survey. I will say that every time I've done this, it doesn't completely work, but it doesn't completely fail. So we will get something out of it. What I'd like you to do is you're going to go to www.minty.com, and it's going to ask you for a code, and you're going to type in that code. And when you type that in, 3 questions will emerge with a sliding scale. And go ahead and answer each of those questions. I'll kind of talk you through them, but it's just to fill up silence because you'll be able to read them and answer them for yourselves. Okay, I think you guys, anybody having trouble getting through? No? All right, so far so good. Okay, the first one is daily emotions and affect. On a scale of 0 to 10, 0 means not at all, 10 means all of the time. Yesterday, to what extent did you feel joy? Now this question is one that can often, well, you know what, I'm going to actually not say too much until you guys have answered. We'll come back to it. Oh yeah, that's all right, I was worried about that. 606602. Is anybody having trouble getting in? All right, it's a presentation miracle then. What's that? Oh, that actually goes way beyond my technological expertise. All right. So you'll have 3 questions. The first one is asking about to what extent you felt joy yesterday. The second question is about purposefulness, eudaimonia, on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being completely worthwhile and 0 being not at all worthwhile. To what extent do you feel like the things you do in life are worthwhile? And the last question is a life evaluation question, or Cantrell ladder. Imagine a ladder numbered from 0 to 10. The top of the ladder represents the best possible life. The bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life. On what step of the ladder do you see yourself today? See if we can't get some real-time results. Okay. All right, fantastic. We got 18 people, so that's a good representation, I think, of what we see. All right, so let's talk a little bit about each of those questions, and then we're going to spend a lot of time on this last question. But that first question is daily emotions and affect. This is what people often think about when you talk about issues of happiness. And it's more of those ephemeral feelings of emotion. There are other different types of emotions that get tested with this. Did you feel joy? Did you smile? Did you laugh? Did you feel interested? Did you feel restful or well rested? So as you can imagine, these are highly impacted by what's happening to you in that moment. They will fluctuate. And so they're not terribly stable over time. They're completely dependent on the things that happen to you in the moment. The second question is a purposefulness question, eudaimonia, which is a word coming from sort of an Aristotle's time. And it's focusing on fulfillment and purposefulness. Now, I would say from what I understand that this is probably more of a beta question, that we know that this aspect of happiness, this search for purposefulness and fulfillment and realizing one's potential is very critical to this umbrella idea of being happy. But the questions haven't been tested out as much. So there's a whole battery of questions you can ask, and I picked this one as an example. But this also helps sort of get to that idea of sometimes people think, well, there's some things that I don't actually feel joy doing, but they're meaningful and I like doing them and I feel worthwhile doing them. That's what this set of questions can really target. This last question is the one and only question that's used to rank all of the countries in the world for the annual World Happiness Report, the Cantrell ladder question. It turns out that it has remarkably stable and consistent answers, meaning a person will not usually look at what's happening to them that day or that week or the kind of weekly or daily trials and tribulations and be affected by it when they give an answer to this score. People are generally pretty good at being able to look back and take a snapshot of their life and say, or take a look at their life and say, here's where I feel like I am. Including things like, you know, if you're in school or you're in a really grueling job, but you see a light at the end of the tunnel. People, again, are able to distinguish, you know what, that's not something that's going to affect where I put myself on this ladder. And that's why it's one of those metrics that's really used pretty widely in a lot of these different reports that we see when we're talking about happiness. It has to do with that consistency and not being affected by daily things happening. The only other thing I want to add about this is, the other thing I'd add about this question is, you do see a higher, developed countries tend to have higher scores than developing countries. And so we're going to actually spend a little bit of time looking at who the happy people are and where they are, so that you guys see where you compare. I would say, to be honest with you, you guys are on the happy side. But I always say, because I remember when I was doing this right before a conference, I was like, you know what, I don't need people to be in my business. I'm gonna like lean happy on this. So the experimental setup might not be perfect. All right, so how happy are you? And let's look at where the happy people are. So the happiest countries in the world are averaging around a 7, and they tend to be in the cold Nordic areas. Finland, Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, the Netherlands. But you also have Costa Rica, and Australia is up in that top range as well. Their scores, yeah, as I said, their scores range around the 7. Now in the UAE, I don't know how many of you may be familiar with this, but they're on a huge happiness push. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the UAE and the Middle East, because I think that that is percolating in that region in terms of how can we balance our quest for economic development with our interest in our citizens being happier. So the UAE is currently ranked 21. It's dropped by 1 rank. But let's look at the kinds of things that are impacting happiness. So while the World Happiness Report is ranked only according to that one question, it turns out that there are 6 factors that have a huge influence on how we answer that question and the differences between countries. So roughly in order of influence, you have GDP per capita, social support, healthy life expectancy, freedom to make life's choices, generosity, and perception of corruption in business and government. The way they measure, some of these are self-explanatory, but some of them, for example, social support, the way they measure that is by asking, in times of trouble or need, do you have a family or a friend that you can always count on? GDP per capita is roughly the GDP of the country divided by the population. Generosity, it asks people whether they gave money in the last month, and they consider that against the GDP per capita. Freedom to make life's choices. Are you satisfied with your ability to make the choices you want to in life? Perception of corruption. Do you find that there is corruption in government? Do you find that there is corruption in business? And healthy life expectancy is how many years? What's the average life expectancy for the expected health expectancy for the country? So these actually start getting us a little bit closer to more concrete examples of what's influencing how people might answer that question of where they stand on the ladder today. Let's look now at how the UAE is doing. So the UAE is hoping to be the number 5 country by 2021. It's currently at rank 21. So just to give an example of some of the things that might be holding it back, when we look at those 6 factors that are influencing that answer to the question on which step of the ladder you see today, we see that the 2, like when it comes to GDP per capita, they're right on target. When it comes to healthy life expectancy, though, and social support, which are kind of in that top 3, they plummet. And that's not inconsistent with what a lot of countries in the Middle East are experiencing right now. So in order to have a healthy life expectancy, which would be in the top 5, the UAE would have to add 5 years of life onto their average life expectancy. And in order to get their social support up in that top 5 range, they would have to have something like, I think, 860,000 more people would have to say that they could have a friend to count on in times of need. So in terms of the rest of the Middle East, the UAE is actually doing pretty strong. In fact, the GCC countries in general are a little bit stronger than the average Middle Eastern countries. But in a sense, the Middle East in general, on average, is lower than the global average. So when it comes to happiness, the average in the Middle East is around a 5.5. Whereas, the global average is around a 5.5, where the MENA average is around a 5 and 5.4. The GCC is up at 6.43, and UAE is topping that off. And then the top 5 average is around a 7.55. When it comes to those 2 big influencers, healthy life expectancy, again, you see the UAE pretty strong. The Gulf countries doing a little bit better than the others. And in general, the healthy life expectancy isn't too far off. But the average is 72 for the top 5. And I remember I actually did a conference in Egypt, and theirs is quite low. I mean, it's an extra 10 years of life that they're missing, which ends up being, it's a whole decade that you miss out on. So health factors are an issue. This is one that always surprises people about the Middle East, is that the social support networks are struggling. And you can look at this as sort of also, I feel like there's a multiplier effect. In a region where family and friends and connection is so important, as those fabrics are sort of being pulled apart, whether in drastic circumstances because of war or just because of growth and change that you might be seeing in GCC countries, it feels that much more. You feel that distance. Your children aren't necessarily living in the same communities as you. People are moving, and they're farther away. So it's had sort of a larger, it seems to have had a large effect on how people are feeling about social support. Again, UAE, this is one of its struggle zones where it's ranked, I think, around in the 70s for social support. So, whereas in your top countries, 96% of the people are saying, yes, in times of trouble or need, I have a person to count on. You also see some effects of, when you look at Egypt and Syria and Yemen, obviously in countries that are struggling with war and challenges and governmental upheaval, you have the friction that comes between people that have been lifelong friends and family members. So that has a huge impact on how people are feeling in terms of their overall life, and it's in flux. So for us, working in an infrastructure company, this, in a sense, these types of measures start to give us an endpoint or something to work towards. If we look all the way at the end and we say, okay, we've got these happiness impacts that we're going to keep out there, we can get a little bit more concrete with these well-being effects. healthy life expectancy, social support, freedom to make life's choices, generosity. Then our job is to think about what are the urban inputs, their quality and usage that we can apply that might have an impact, an effect on well-being, which might have an impact on happiness. So UWI, we got a little bit more specific and created an index of our own, a happiness and well-being index. And at the very center, we've got those happiness metrics, overall satisfaction with life, your daily emotions, your sense of purposefulness. And we consider those metrics sort of separately from the others because we're not quite sure, we don't necessarily have a formula to get those exactly, but we'd like to take a look at those and see how the things we're doing might impact those. As we move outward, we start to get a little bit more specific, and we decided, okay, let's identify 9 different domains that will include those different things like healthy life expectancy and social support and generosity, but include more than that. So we've got ecological, physical and mental, intellectual, spiritual, social, cultural, I always forget one, financial, and civil. I always try and come up with some visual to remember them, but then I always forget the visual. So we divided that into 9 and made sure each of those giant influencers was in there. And we thought, okay, so we've got those global ideas about happiness. As we move outward, we're going to ask about satisfaction in each of those domains. So to take social support, we might look at, are you satisfied with your family relationships? Are you satisfied with your sense of belonging? Are you satisfied that you have people to count on in times of need? Whether or not you have it, we're not there yet. We just want to know, are you satisfied? Do you feel with that? Then we move outward again and we get a little bit more concrete. We start looking in those domains and we try and think of things like, okay, you may be satisfied with your personal relationships, but do you have someone to count on in times of need? Now we want to know more of the facts. Do you count any neighbors as friends? How many different neighbor interactions do you have? How often do you see your friends? How much time do you get to spend with your friends? And if those are our metrics that we're trying to look at for well-being and happiness, then we've looked out at the kinds of things that we offer, okay? Well, we focus on built environments and the policy frameworks and services that manage those built environments. So let's say for social, what kinds of things can we do to make it easier for family members to come and visit if we have an expatriate community? What kind of processes can we make it so that we have developers that are putting together, what kind of guidelines can we put together so that our developers are putting together cities and developments that make it conducive to save time on travel, for family members to see each other, to have good telecommunications so that you can be in touch with family members. So that might be what we're looking at a policy level. At the built environment level, we're looking at implementing what is the community going to look like so that, again, you're not traveling all the time, so that there are spaces where you can live near people and meet them in public areas so that you have a chance to bump into them more often. And finally, what are the services that we're going to be providing that help you make the most of your spaces and infrastructure? So I want to look a little bit at some things, at a very basic level, that are relevant to happiness in the built environment, and that are probably themes that you've heard about and read about. Come on, good. Themes that you read about a lot, but I'd like to give you a little more detail just in case this isn't necessarily something you know about. So one topic we talk a lot about is density. And this has you can think about this in lots of different ways. But the general idea is how many people are in that spot. And with urban density, you can be looking at residential density, how many houses or dwellings are in a spot. You can be looking at how many people are living in that place. But it's a little bit different than population density, because population density has sort of those fluctuations of, day and evening populations. So the UN Habitat, their kind of target or rule of thumb is 61 people per acre. That to them is the threshold or the minimum that you want to have to make sure that you start having people closer together. And I'm going to give you a couple of different characteristics of a city that overlap, and then we'll talk about how these things can go and contribute towards healthier lives and being more social. So one is this idea of density, having things closer together. The US average is 12, okay, so the UN Habitat says 61 people living per acre. In terms of dwellings, if you look at a place like New York, it's about 50 housing units per acre, which is on the high density side. A very low density, where I grew up, was about 2 units per acre, and that's typical for a suburban neighborhood. I think College Park, here where we are, is in the 2 housing units per acre area. So towards a higher density tends to give us some of the things that help us get out and moving and running into each other a little bit more. There's another good example. Another concept is land usage. So for those of us who grew up in the United States, and especially in suburban areas, we remembered that we all may have lived in one neighborhood, and then we got in the car and we drove somewhere pretty far away to get groceries, and we drove somewhere else if we needed to go shopping for things like clothes, and our parents drove really far away to go work somewhere. So that idea is not very conducive to having a lot of time to spend with family and friends, nor is it conducive to great traffic patterns. What we want to look at is mixed usage of land. So again, one of the UN Habitat's rule of thumbs is they say, okay, 40% of your floor space needs to be dedicated to economic activity. Because what they want is those developments that you have, I always think of it not unlike a university campus. You have your jobs here, you have your places to live, you have places to shop, you have things to do, you have entertainment, all in one area. And that, if you can imagine, brings you out walking. It makes it more likely that you're going to step outside, and rather than get in a car and go somewhere and jam up traffic and large commute times, you're probably going to walk somewhere to get things done. Street connectivity is another one, okay? So this idea is, how many intersections do you have per unit area? The more intersections you have, and the denser your street networks are, to a certain threshold, the more likely you're going to be able to find the shortest possible path to get to a place. So when you have lots of cul-de-sacs, and you can see down in this picture, this is the area where I grew up right here, as opposed to, I think this is an area in downtown Atlanta. So if you're in this area where I grew up, it really is a long walk to get anywhere. And in fact, I grew up in a place that didn't even have sidewalks, and it wasn't rural. It was just sort of a development trend to not build sidewalks. There was nothing around, there were no stores. Any trip you took was a minimum 15-minute car trip without traffic. This was a typical suburban, outside of the Beltway, affordable home. Whereas when you look at this more dense area, you can see sort of the convenience of being able to walk somewhere and having a really a really straightforward path to get from one spot to another. Your retail is also mixed in there. You might have some stores mixed in there, but that actually encourages you to walk more. In fact, one idea is like a block that's 300 feet long tends to be one that people are more willing to walk. So the last, I would say, critical part is the natural spaces. And I just went to a conference in Egypt, and I learned that the amount of green space in Old Cairo is 1%, less than 1% when they actually went and measured it. Now, when you look at a place like Singapore, it's around 47%. I think Moscow is around 54%. New York City is 27%. I think Toronto is the same. So green spaces, urban density, street connectivity, and land usage. When you mix those all together and you have a denser area, you've got lots of street connectivity, it's easy to find different places it's easy to get from one place to another. You've got lots of different things to go to in that same area. It's all proximate. It feels like you just tumble out your door and you can get all the things done that you need to. And you've got green spaces that you run into. These are the things that can contribute tremendously to both your health and to your social support systems. I'm going to rattle off some really interesting statistics, because I think I've got the time to do that, because I think it's pretty profound what some of these urban inputs can do and how they can impact how we live our lives. So young people will spend 19% more time being physically active if they perceive their area as more walkable and cyclable. In fact, they'll add an extra 10 minutes of walking per day than kids that don't. Oh, sorry, they'll add an extra 10 minutes of walking per day if they feel like they've got stores and things that are in their vicinity to visit. Neighborhoods with more trees improve metabolic health, equivalent to a USD $20,000 increase in income each year. People walking in a forest show a 16% decrease in stress hormones. Commuting times for populations, when you're in denser environments, let's say the population were to double, rather than commuting time double, it doesn't. It actually only increases about 30%. A unit increase in trees per kilometer of street decreased antidepressant medication prescriptions. Living in a neighborhood with parks within a 500-meter range was shown to reduce children's body mass index before they turned 18. So there's so many different facts like this, that if you just build your environment so that people get out, they have a tendency to do it. It lends itself to walking outside, losing weight. The lower commute times provide more time for people to spend with their families and their children. When you look at long commute times, we'll start looking at some of the negative impacts. With a 45-minute commute, it doubles the chances that you might get a divorce. Long commutes have been identified as causing all kinds of work-family conflict. Young adults far from neighborhood amenities lose 1 hour of physical activity a week. Unpleasant-looking neighborhoods and neighborhoods without nature have 2 times the incidence of depressive symptoms. Living with constant noise from traffic damages our heart and lungs. So our cities really have the ability to impact how healthy we are and how able we are to run into other people, and maybe create those people that we can count on in times of need. So a friend of mine who grew up all over the world, all the major financial centers of the world, and spent some time in Northern Virginia, but now lives in Dubai, was trying to describe to me what life was like as a single mother trying to get her kids ready to go to the store. And she'd be like, you can't believe it, trying to get them all in the car. You can't walk anywhere. You have to get their coats on, you get one in the car after another, you drive to the store. If you need anything else, you have to get back in the car and drive somewhere else. It's hours before you finally get home. Now where I live, I drive into my apartment, I come up the stairs, I pick up my kids from the nursery school, the grocery store is right there, there's a green area for them to play. If I need to go to the beauty salon, it's right there, and we go up. It is literally giving me hours of time back to my life. So in that case, you see how urban planning decisions to co-locate all of these necessary things in one spot, giving somebody, a working mother, time to spend with her family, and her children time to spend with her and play and be around other kids. Just on a casual level, when you think about where you live, think about trying to take a 15-minute walk outside of your house. Here are some of the things you should find. You should find a daycare. Ideally, you should find a primary school. You'd find a barbershop and beauty salon, a necessity store, a grocery store. If you're lucky, you'll also find some green spaces, maybe even a gym, or even better, some recreational courts. You might find something that you call Well Building Certified. That's a new certification system for buildings and communities, which identify that they're built in a way that keep you healthy, that focus on your health. You'll find a dental clinic, a primary care clinic. All of these are things that you want in your 15-minute radius to make sure that you're getting yourself out there and walking. And the chances are, what you hope will happen is that you spend enough time in your community that you'll run into people over and over again, And not only will you be more active, but you'll start to see people so often that one of those days you'll say, hey, let's meet for coffee. And you have a chance to actually start building new connections in your communities that might have been broken with all the moving and the shifting that's been happening in the last 20 years. So I want to speak briefly about some of the things happening in, as I said, the UAE has kind of taken happiness by a storm. So they've really embraced this idea of adding happiness to their 2021 agenda. They've hired a minister of happiness. They have something called the Happiness and Positivity Program, which is a little bit more on a customer service angle, but they put all of their governmental departments through this training program to try and see how they can come up with a happiness angle. You see Happiness Street and probably more of the aspirational because it's not the happiest part of a street. At every governmental transaction ends with you saying how happy you are with things. In 2017, I think they formed the Global Happiness Council and released in 2018 the first set of guidelines from that. So they're doing a lot, and that's actually had a huge impact on the private sector. I would like to say UW and I was already into happiness prior to this, but we've certainly stepped up our game since then. But I wanted to introduce also the work of something called the Sustainable City in Dubai, which has also sort of embraced this idea of how to build a community with happier people. And they focus on sustainability, but both in a social and an economic and an environmental way. So basically right outside of, you can see up in the top left, sort of the master plan. This is just outside of Dubai. They've got housing clusters and they're car-free. They've got these giant community gardens in the middle. They plan events like during Ramadan. They call it Blind Date Ramadan, where they will match non-Muslims with Muslim families so that they have an experience to experience iftar, and they start getting the cultural sort of experience of the region. They've designed their streets as they call sikas, so that they're more like the small streets that people were used to in Arab towns. And all of the houses have, they're working to be the first zero carbon community in the region. They often, I would say they often win the happiest community at the Gulf Real Estate Awards. And then I'll talk briefly about us. So Chandni, do you have a minute to talk to us a little bit about, Chandni is one of our colleagues, and she's going to talk to us briefly about what UWI has done beyond our Happy Cities initiative to create our sustainable community in Medini, Malaysia. Yeah, go for it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I believe Mr. Joe Reeder and Oblin here has already spoken a little about United World Infrastructure, and I'm just going to give some more light on that. So United World Infrastructure, or UWI, is an infrastructure investment and real estate development company based in Dubai and Washington, D.C., with over 15 years of experience in collaborating with public stakeholders in emerging markets to establish national built environments to meet global urban population demands. As data suggests, currently 50% of the world population resides in urban areas, and this number is set to reach about 70% by 2050, which means that there will be a need to better urban design. It is also anticipated that governments will need to spend approximately $57 trillion in the next 15 years in infrastructure investment. At UWI, we believe that investment is just mere investment is not enough. Well-being through this investment is also necessary. UWI, through its integrated city development model tries to address this issue. And we do this by combining, by creating investor-friendly policy frameworks, planning people-centric built environments, developing strategic public-private partnerships, and delivering reliable city management services. This integrated model not only attracts real estate catalysts, such as hospitals, theme parks, and schools to underutilized lands in emerging countries, but it also allows governments, local, and state authorities to meet its environmental, economic, and social objectives. This model also spurs job creation, attracts global talent, as well as nurture local innovation and skill development, which all adds to improving on GDP per capita, which is a key variable to measuring subjective well-being. UWI, in its 15 years of experience, has successfully implemented this model to develop a 2,300-acre city in Malaysia. Located 30 minutes from downtown Singapore, Madini is a smart city being developed as a residential and commercial center and is planned to house 400,000 residents at full capacity. Currently, to date, 20,000 jobs have been created and approximately $1 billion have been raised and invested for land, infrastructure, utilities, and building development. More recently, UWI has launched advisory services to advance happier cities through target policy, infrastructure, and service recommendations. Having understood the power of real estate and infrastructure to transform national outcomes beyond GDP per capita, UWI sets its future objectives to promote well-being for its residents, workers, and citizens across its cities. Thank you.
I highly encourage you all. Chanani has been a part of our Madini project since its inception. And I highly encourage you at lunchtime and dinner and in the breaks to talk to her, because when we talk about happier cities, a huge part of that is investments and how we manage to sell this idea to investors, which is not always easy. And she's had a lot of work in what it is that you're trying, like when you're in an emerging market, what it is you're trying to do to impress upon somebody that you want to be competitive, you need a more livable city. So she was talking about Madini. As she shared, we've got real estate as iconic as Legoland, which spurs jobs. And, but it also has a lot of really local touches. So they've got the edible park, which celebrates the local flora and fauna of the region and the traditional cooking cultures. They have walking paths and bike paths, and you can see the CEO of the development company out there with the residents as it's emerging. One of my favorite pictures of Madini is the one I actually always try whenever we have a success or win an award or something exciting happens in Madini. I always try and match this picture to go with a press release, and I'm always told absolutely not. You know, cities need glass skyscrapers, they need monorails, not the money picture. And they're right, because I know that it won't get picked up if it's just this sculpture in a park, but I'll tell you why I like it. This came out of a public art campaign from the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Malaysia called Khazanah. And they knew that, you know what, we need to make this place livable. This is one of our partners in Madini. And so they put together this public art campaign, and they focused on local, young, and emerging artists. And when I see this picture, this is Nicholas Leem's work, and I see it, and it's just outside of the central business district. So you could walk out of your office and come down here. And it seems so peaceful that you could come here with your kids, that it celebrates the work of a local artist, that someone like me on a lunch break could come out there and just relax or have 5 minutes to myself. And so while it might not be right now the best representation that people want when it comes to cities, I really do hope that 10 years from now, when we're talking about cities, these are the kinds of pictures that we're using to demonstrate what our cities can be, because I think we will be happier if they are. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Very interesting stuff. I realize I need to move from where I live for, on certain of those scales. Anyway, we will now take questions from the audience, and we'd like to ask you to speak into a microphone so that, again, those who are watching this can also hear the questions. So please.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Taraneh Darugar. I used to live in Dubai, and I have a question for you. In cities that are like Dubai, where a lot of people are there for work, they're workers, laborers, and aspiring to get that support factor, that you have anybody that you can lean on as support, as a friend, is going to be a tough one to measure, just because of the nature of the way things work in that city. What are your thoughts or suggestions on overcoming something like that and maybe helping Dubai to go forward to their goal?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, because I think you hit the nail on one of the heads in that problem is that you do have something like, what, I think 7/8 of the country is expatriate. And then you hit on another layer there too of laborers and people that don't actually have the same social capital and access that others do. So I'll try and answer this in different ways. So I think the kinds of things that are happening in the sustainable city are the kind, and I've also seen this happening with Imar developments too, are this idea of layering the urban planning with the operations of the buildings and communities with community programming. In the sustainable city, you see it's highly programmatic. So not only, people make a choice to move there because they want to be interacting with others. And they use a metric which I always think is impressive, that they average 11 interactions with neighbors a day, which is a lot, actually. I can go, I feel like, weeks without interacting with a neighbor. So on the other hand, Imar, which is sort of the kind of the iconic Dubai developer, which I imagined that it would have the slickest sort of event programming group. But I remember going to a presentation of their community developers in one of the developments. And it really did seem like the community organizations that I felt like I grew up with, where it was two people and everybody came to them to complain about what was happening and what they wanted, and they did everything they can to make it happen. So they had an older community, and somebody said, we really want a garden. So these two people went around and did what they could to put together a community garden and put together trips and programming into different parts of the city. So the reason why I like that is because it ended up being a lot more organic than what you saw in the sustainable city. The sustainable city is kind of sort of brilliantly has a top-down way of saying, look, we know this is a problem and we're going to address it. Whereas in Imar, they have a much more organic way of doing it, where they kind of let things happen, but they just sort of respond to the needs of the community. Now, the other aspect that I think is, those are sort of the easy things that are happening, but those are also both highly structured. One of the changes that I think will have to happen over time is a little bit of relaxation on the community organizations. There's a lot of restrictions to developing nonprofit organizations and civil society organizations. So trying to ease the way for easing policies at the policy framework level to let more organic organizations grow. Because you need that organic, you need people to pop up with ideas. It can't all be commercial. Otherwise, you lose those abilities to make those connections. With the laborers, I think that's a much harder nut to crack. I can only say that I think that they're doing better. I have talked with people who have worked in the labor communities, volunteering for the last 10 years, and they are hopeful about the initiatives coming from the top to provide more support, but I think as you start seeing, affordable housing initiatives, and you do see all of these sort of alternate real estate assets, like communities for older people, student housing, affordable housing, all of those are becoming more attractive in the social infrastructure space. So you might have some hope there of being able to put together communities that, at the very least, create something livable for the men and women that are working there. But I have less answers for that in Dubai for now.
Thank you very much. It was a fascinating presentation. I have a question more on the methodology and your survey. How do you cover countries, I don't know, Yemen or Iran, which have been, in conflict or more isolated, to come up with some of the graphs? Because it's very interesting what you had to say, and thank you for that. Oh, yeah. So on the numbers that I shared with you, I would say most of those are coming from Gallup World Poll. And so you may have seen on one of the graphs, Oman was missing. No, I think I wrote on there that they haven't had a happiness survey since in the last couple years. Corruption has been absent in Egypt. That question has been absent from the Gallup World Poll questions in Egypt and the UAE for a number of years. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head. So the way I say that is, you just don't ask those questions. And I was, when speaking with people who work for Gallup World Poll, they said that, the last 5, I think it's in the last 5 years, the restrictions in the UAE became a little bit higher, where they didn't necessarily want all of those questions asked. And, in fairness to the UAE, they themselves do a whole battery of, they get Gallup World Poll to come in to advise them on how to ask their own questions. So that might be the next answer that, I think there could be lots of reasons why you don't want surveyors poking in your country. Like, I like it, but fair enough. So it does seem like there's openness to working with those groups to ask them in your own countries. But yeah, you're right. There's pieces missing where they've averaged them together, but we're not too far out that we can't take some of the answers from the past.
Other questions? Yes. Dr. Ho.
Did you say that Dubai was aiming at carbonless? No. Carbonless city? No. Carbon.
No. A development. Diamond developers are developing something called the Sustainable City.
Right.
They aim to be the first zero carbon development in the Middle Eastern region. I do think Dubai. I'm nowhere near that, but I do think they are trying to improve their environmental initiatives.
Yes, I was wondering whether it's really possible, because it's really pretty hot, and I was imagining that they would have to use air conditioning and so on, and would be pretty intensive on energy, right? And it's very difficult to be carbon free, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think with the Sustainable City has, they're working on every house having its own solar paneling. So, and then you have the solar panel farm. So there's a lot happening, not just in the Sustainable City piece. There is a lot happening in Dubai on that angle. There's also something to be said. A colleague of ours actually does a presentation on arid climates and how this fascination with glass buildings is not really a great idea for the Middle East. But right now, kind of if you want multinational companies
they're all wanting the buildings that they see in all the other financial centers of the world. But I do think that you'll turn a corner, because Dubai will start setting the trend and the fashion, and I think you'll start seeing them go back to those sort of dwellings or kind of an innovation on buildings that are a little bit more conducive to the climate. I think the World Trade Center used to be the largest, I mean, it's crazy, it used to be the largest high-rise, sky-rise building in that part of the world, and it's short by modern standards. But it's really designed in a way that makes a lot of sense for that particular climate. So I think, you know, there are some things that certainly it could be doing as it gets more stable as being a world, kind of a global city, to make it easier to be more environmentally friendly.
Question? Way back.
Thank you for your talk. As you were speaking, I was thinking about our fair city here and some of my experiences here. And I thought about Rock Creek Park and the mall, the set-aside spaces, even at this time of year. So, and just how, in my own personal experience, and I'm sure for others, that certainly has led to, I guess, feelings of happiness, of appreciation, in how the structure of a city can kind of get under the skin, as it were, in a positive way. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts about that, and also if there were books that you could recommend, that you would recommend, particularly on sort of the philosophical level. I know Gaston Bachelard, The Poetics of Space, where he talks about how our environment is so critical to our understanding of beauty and aesthetic and intellectual development. So I didn't know if there were some works that you've come across that you would recommend for us. Thanks.
All right, so when I would agree, this is a lovely area. I love DC, and I think the last, I mean, I grew up in the region, and I think a lot of great things have happened. I can speak more for the Northern Virginia side, that just a lot of focus on the community. And I have to say that empowerment for community members to be able to have a voice is really an important part of this city, I think, and this region, the Delmarva region, being successful. I think there are some issues with connectivity. I think there are some, you know, in being able to, in proximity, we're driving a lot and we need that high-speed rail now. I also think, unfortunately, with the sort of refurbishment of some areas, the gentrification has meant that happiness may be disproportionately for those who are able to kind of move into those spaces. So those are things like how to get affordable housing mixed in so that these areas that are so lovely and filled with green are also socioeconomically diverse. In terms of books, philosophically, I'm going to think on that. I will give you if you're interested in kind of an introduction to happiness in cities, The Happy City, and we have a representative from the Happy City organization who's going to be speaking tomorrow. That is a primer on how it is a city looks if it wants to be happy. In fact, as I was doing my presentation, I have to be like, nope, that's in the Happy City, and he's there. I don't want to upstage him, even though I'm going first. So that will give you a real first look around the world. Here's the potential for happy cities. Of course, I should mention, I have a chapter coming out in Dr. Lambert's book, so I would highly recommend that on happiness in the built environment. But I'll think about that. Just like I said, we play a fantasy happiness conference. I like to put together lists and things. So you'll be here. Let me think over it, and I'll make sure I get that to you. Get your card and make sure I get that to you, okay?
Okay, I think it is time for a break, but I want to take this time to thank Ms. Reeder for her extraordinary presentation. It really kind of sets the stage, I think, for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
By the way, we now can take a coffee break of about 20 minutes and come back around, I would say, if you can be here by 11:45 so that we can start with our next speaker. Thank you. Thank you. All right, great. Yes, anything else?
Not right now, I don't think.
Everything's in order. Today we eat elsewhere?
No, we eat in this room.
Perfect.
Tom Carroll
Oh,
today.
okay.
So,
Is there enough room for some of the guests?
yeah, I think
Okay,
that's
fine.
fine.
Okay. If I could please ask for you to come back to your seats, we'd like to get started. Is it cold? Hold on, is it, are you guys cold? Are you cold? Yeah, I agree. Kate? I'd like, let's see, I'd like us to come back, please, so we can get started. So we just heard Building Happier Cities, delivered by Ms. Reeder. And I'd like to now introduce our second speaker, Mr. Ricardo Alvarez. He is a PhD candidate for the City Design and Development Group in the Department of Urban Studies and Planning, and also a researcher in the Sensible City Lab, both at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His research focuses on big data, the integration of large-scale networked architectures of digital sensors, and the use of artificial intelligence in future cities. I want to just say that prior to the MIT experience, he worked for 5 years in the Mexican federal government as a founding member of the Pro-Mexico, the country's trade and investment promotion federal agency, where he was senior advisor to the CEO, managed international operations in North America, Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, and headed the Innovation and Strategic Projects Office. Before that, he worked in private sector, in the retail, financial, and media industries, both as an entrepreneur as well as corporate. It's really a great pleasure to have him with us today. And the title of his talk is Digital Lifestyles and Future Cities. Please, Mr. Alvarez.
While I set this up real quick, so I have to disconnect you from here. And there we go, let's hope. Aha. Thank you very much for the invitation. Actually, for me, it's very, very exciting. We tend to participate more on the geeky talks side of things at MIT, so to actually be able to come and talk about something such as happiness, which, to be honest, is something that is always on the back of your head, but it's not necessarily something that you're thinking about it on a day-to-day. So I have to say, for me, making this slide deck was a very interesting exercise, because on one hand, it was interesting revisiting some of the projects from the lab, but looking at what is the perspective, what is the connection, okay, between the topic at hand of this conference. I'm Mexican, so I tend to speak very, very fast. If at some point somebody misses me, just raise a hand. I'm very low maintenance, so I will talk slowly. But you know, this is where I work. If you're ever in the vicinity, MIT is a little bit of a maze, but I work over there in Building 9. Feel free to drop by. We're pretty accessible and open bunch. And you know, today I'm going to talk about some of my work, but I'm also going to talk about some of the work done by the lab. So in a sense, I'm sort of representing a wide array of people. The lab is this very unique place of people from many different countries around the world, cultures, faiths, disciplines, and it's this fascinating place where conversations are tricky. You try to get a physicist and a mathematician talk to a sociologist and a designer, and chaos will ensue, especially if one is Iranian, the other one is Chinese, and you have a crazy Mexican in the conversation. But it happens, and when the magic happens, I'm fascinated by the place. Having said that, most of the work that we do doesn't really happen at the lab itself. Our subject of study is cities, so we try to go to cities, and we try to be on the ground as much as possible. We're fortunate enough to participate in projects in many, many cities around the world. But what drives you? At the end of the day, what drives us is something linked to these numbers, which is, if we think about cities today, they occupy about 2 to 3% of the global landmass. About 52% of the global population live in cities. Yet they consume more than 75% of the energy resources and produce more than 80% of the carbon emissions. If we think about the evolution of cities, right, cities over 1 million in 1950, in the year 2000, the year 2025, and growing, what's going to happen is that the urban capacity that we're going to have to create in the next 30 years, which is something around 2.6 billion people, new urban fabric, in places like China, in places like India, it's not only a problem of scale, but as we keep transitioning into becoming more and more urbanized, some of our most fundamental challenges, economic, environmental, social, are fundamentally urban challenges. Those are problems that we're going to have to solve them and tackle them in cities. And technology, which has played a critical role in defining urban form, will continue to play a critical role in trying to find some of those challenges. So what motivates us is we look at cities from that lens of, what are digital technologies, which if we think about our societal evolutions as we transition from industrial to post-industrial societies and more to information and knowledge societies, basically meaning that we're moving from societies whose main characteristic was handling atoms, putting together atoms, okay? We can take a product of the industrial era. Post-industrial is basically layers of complexity and scaling up complexity. But as we move into information era and knowledge era, what we're really talking about is assembling bits. And while we may have similar objects, those objects by nature become much more, because now they shift from being single function objects, single function infrastructures, to now that we're able to layer data on them by way of their functions, their core functions, then they have the potential of becoming multifunctional. And while some of these may look very, very fancy, the reality is that I'm going to say the cost per coverage of digital infrastructure is actually much cheaper than physical infrastructure, which is why in many countries in the global south, we're actually seeing paces of digitization that are much faster than traditional infrastructure systems. And this is creating funky dynamics, right? We have some countries such as Kenya that are developing really advanced payment systems in many ways, shapes, or form, more advanced than the ones we have here in the United States, over smartphones, That comes because they didn't have to work on legacy systems, And now they're able, as they're putting cell phone antennas that have greater rural coverage than roads or sewers, but they do have coverage for cell phones, so you're able to integrate them into new services, and the reconfiguration of societies, of digital societies, While we often tend to think about it as a developing world dynamic, it is not. It's a global dynamic. The global dynamic that is happening at a faster pace than we often realize. So understanding these shifts from, I'm going to say, atoms and bits, where atom societies, atoms tend to be tangible, are things that you can touch and measure and scale. They're hard to scale. They're hard to shape. When we move to bits, they are intangible, but they're infinitely scalable. And they're able to go global in an instant. And these networks change really, really fast, and the infrastructures upon which we're basing this social reality evolves really fast. If we think about the internet in 1973, this is like one of the original maps. MIT is somewhere over there, Stanford is here, and this was it. Fast forward a few decades. Oh, that disagreed with me. Fast forward a few decades, right? And this is how fast this happens, right? The picture on top is actually a papal audience of Pope Benedict in 2005. The picture below is a papal audience of Pope Francis in 2013. And what's the difference? Right? So it's really funny because while we tend to think of urban and social processes as being fairly slow, they are not. And the coverage of things like smartphones, which all of us carry in our pockets, the conversion of smartphones, the rate at which is happening in the global south is really, really, really high. This has happened because of larger tech trends. In terms of technology, computers are fundamentally becoming more powerful and smaller. We're moving from mainframes to desktops, to laptops, to tablets, to smartphones, to wearables, to now we're talking about smart dust. Telecommunication keeps going up, not only in its bandwidth capacity, right? You were talking about bringing connectivity everywhere. This is the dynamic. This is the natural dynamic. But it's growing in bandwidth capacity at the same time that it is becoming ubiquitous, wireless, everywhere, to the point that we just take it for granted. And it's funny to think, but most of the things that are actually connected to the internet are things, not humans. We're actually a minority species. We began being a minority species in the year 2008. So today, we have far more things connected to the internet than humans connected to the internet. Cisco projects that by the year 2020, it's going to be about 55 billion connected devices to the internet versus 7.5 billion humans. So a lot of the data that is being generated and transaction, yes, part of it comes from our human-to-human interaction. A lot of it comes from human-to-machine interaction. And a lot of it happens from machine-to-machine interaction. All of those architectures are generating and interchanging a staggering amount of data. Right? If we think about 1992, the global internet exchanged in 1 year 0.01 gigabytes per second. Right? If you fast forward to 2021, the projection is 3.3 zettabytes. So this is just exploding and exploding and exploding. Now what does it mean beyond the numbers? What it means is that in the early stages of our information societies, I'm going to go to the 70s, early 80s, basically human labor was cheap, data was scarce, and machines were ginormous and expensive. So our capacity to do this at scale was there, but it was limited. Fast forward 40 years, and what we have is that humans are becoming more and more expensive, and this is coming at a different pace in different regions around the world. Machines are becoming very, very cheap, and data is ubiquitous. And this creates some fundamental opportunities and some fundamental challenges. Some of those challenges we have read a lot about. Automation, right? What is it that we're doing with automation? Not only in terms of manufacturing, but also in terms of artificial intelligence. More and more we hear about this reality, and it's a scary reality, okay? And it's not an abstract reality, by the way. This is a map of the potential danger of jobs facing automation by the year 2035. But good luck if you live in Las Vegas, by the way, because about 63% of the jobs in Las Vegas are subject to automation. This is happening at a much faster rate. So the notion of job substitution because of technology is not a new thing. We humans have been crying and battling machines taking over our jobs for the past 200 years. The first actual demonstration, I believe, was in 1806, with people demonstrating about the spinning Betty in the early Industrial Revolution. And typically what happens is that we humans adapt, right? Once a machine takes over a job, it means that it's no longer creates enough value for it to justify a human. There's usually a scale, a transitional scale. But what's different today is the pace at which this is happening and whether our economic systems are able to, absorb that pace and that impact. So when we have realities such as this, okay, these have externalities that are both very positive in terms of net economic production and negative in terms of distribution. So a lot of what we do in the lab is we're trying to look at that data reality and say, okay, if 80% of the data stored in the world is privately owned, right? Sometimes the public data in many places is harder to get. How can we use this data for public good? What's the spin? Because one thing that it is clear, and I don't want to sound like a technological determinist, but one thing that it is clear is that technology is not going away. And the natural pace of technology is not going away. Okay? But if we really want to think about in terms of what are the positive mediations in between our digital realities and our physical and social realities in a way that are human-centered, this is not a trivial question. But it is a question that pushes us toward a certain degree of agency. Or as Herbert Simon said, right, in Science of the Artificial, it can be a function of design. He talked about how science and design, when in science you try to explain things as they are, but in design you try to imagine things as they could be. And this is interesting because they intermingle in our way of projecting a better positive future. So the work that we do in the lab, we sort of gravitate between one and another. On one hand, the vast volumes of data, and I'm going to show you some projects, allow us to see hidden, invisible realities of very large-scale systems that before just weren't possible, and we always try to look at them with a human-centric eye. But then it's about what can we do with this? How do we reinvent or change or alter or modify existing systems, right? So let's talk about understanding. I'll give you some examples of what I mean by this power. A few years ago, we decided to trash track. How cheap will these technologies be, right? That we're able now to embed them in trash, something that is considered worthless. So if we think about our trash systems, right, in our consumerist societies, we're absolutely obsessed about the things that we buy. I know everything about where my laptop came from, who designed it, where the parts were sourced, where it was manufactured, put together. Yet I have an ambivalent relationship with it when I throw it away. I will just put it in a eco-friendly garbage disposal, okay? And I will have peace of consciousness of mind that it was taken out in a ecologically friendly manner. At least that's what the advertising says. And I don't really care about it, what happens. As a system, the trash that we generate as humanity is staggering, absolutely staggering. If we think about bringing a higher quality of life, this is a serious ecological problem. So one day we decided to put chips on trash. We partnered with the city of Seattle, and let's see if, so we partnered with the city of Seattle, and we told them, you know what, bring us your trash, right? And about 500 people brought trash, and the idea was bring your trash, anywhere from shoes and banana peels and Cokes. We'll put a chip on them, we'll tag them, okay, and then go to your home and just dispose of your trash as you normally do, and we're going to track the trash. We're going to try to understand what happens in the system. So this is the day where people threw their trash. You can see trash just traveling everywhere, right? It's crazy. About a week, things actually start moving away, right? Which you sort of, 2 weeks, and then like they really move away, right? weeks, think about it, 3 weeks after, a month after, we still have trash traveling through the system. 2 months, there's some trash bouncing over there. I want to pause it here. Now, what's interesting about this is what traveled? What traveled? E-waste, electronics. Okay? Some things don't make any sense at all, right? We have 2 printer cartridges that ended up in Mexicali, in Mexico. One went West Coast, the other one went to Chicago, and then it went back to Mexicali. Actually, that one had a lower carbon footprint because it traveled by train. The other one traveled by truck. But there was a lot of e-waste that actually stopped at the port of Seattle. What we learned from this is that, as a society, the knowledge to dispose of a banana peel and a can, it's fairly common. It doesn't scare us. The knowledge to dispose a laptop screen, a battery, an ingot, is exotic, and the natural reaction is send it away, away, away. Later, we did another project that focused only on e-waste, because a lot of it actually, our tags got picked up at the port of Seattle. So what does away mean when you're the port of Seattle? It probably means Asia. So we did a subsequent study where we tracked only pieces of e-waste, and a big chunk of them actually went to Southeast Asia. We had the GPS traces, and we picked their location, and they were all in places like this, with people taking them apart by their hands. So we're at a moment in time where we have these technologies that are capable of shedding a light in this human and systemic dynamics that are often invisible. One, invisible because we don't want to see them often. Two, because they are invisible because it's very hard and it's very expensive to actually operationalize. How do we see them? So these technologies can help us. Sometimes we leverage data that it already exists. You were talking about measuring green of cities. We did a project called Treepedia a few years ago. If you look at the data that comes from the measurements that you showed, they usually come either from exercises like this. Some cities will send people to count trees and map them, right? Because, as you said, they're a critical benefit. People like their green environments. Some a little bit more sophisticated, we do satellite analysis. We'll take pictures from satellites and look at the green factor in cities and look at the area coverage. But then if you think about it, there are companies that already went through the trouble of basically scanning cities. Right? They're using it for maps and for you to just play with them on your computer. But that data holds value. Can we use it for something else? So what we did in this project was we scraped data from Google Street View, right? That has many, many cities around the world. And we used artificial intelligence to train a computer to automatically detect trees. Now, because all of the data is geolocated, then we're able to automate a process of detection of trees at the street scale. And once we do that, in one swoop, you can really get very large-scale maps of cities around the world effectively. It's another way of creating a green index. And so now we can compare the tree canopies, and actually a subsequent project of this is moving from greenness to species, okay? Because a city like Santa Fe, New Mexico will never be as green as a city like Boston, okay? But it doesn't mean that it's not as ecologically healthy. It means that the species are simply different. They may not be as green. Often we focus on frictions of life, right? And perhaps in our urban societies, few frictions are as common as this. We partner with TomTom to look at traffic dynamics, right? So one way to measure traffic is you do surveys on the ground, right? Or you use proxies of public systems to equate for traffic. But now where everybody's carrying a GPS on their pocket or on their car, there are better ways of actually getting data at massive scale. So here we partner with TomTom to effectively monitor traffic in cities all over the world, which is interesting because from an analytical perspective, it gives you a standardized view. From a methodological perspective, you're using standardized data over a standardized platform, which is very nice to have. And yes, as we see in the data all over the world, the traffic is horrible in some parts. I am not proud to say, but actually the worst offender is Mexico City, which when I spoke with Mexico City officials, it didn't go that well, by the way. They didn't really like it, but the data is there. But now if you think about the amount of time that we spend driving, and if we want to talk about frictions in terms of quality of life, then the actual experience in the car is an important piece of our daily lives. So what is that about? So we partnered with Audi. Audi came to us because they had a fundamental problem. You know, if you think what Audi sells you, they will sell you an advertisement, an incredibly sexy advertisement of luxury and style, yet the reality is you're pissed behind the wheel. So we partnered with them to actually measure what that was like. And this is, audio is not working. And this is we call it the road frustration index. But what we did is we converted an Audi car and put a bunch of sensors in the car, anywhere from 3D cameras. We, of course, were using GPS to look at location. We put skin conductance to look at stress levels. And just grab the researcher, actually Kel, and send him to drive around Boston, which is pretty hectic to begin with, for a full day. Right, so those are the sensors. And what you're going to see is actually the different sensor measurements as he drives throughout the day. So there we are tracking him, depth, different cameras. We can look at expression. This is the skin conductance for stress, and he's driving all day. At one point, which actually showed in the video there, a car sideswiped him and crashed onto him, which was something that I remember talking to him the day after. It was definitely not planned. And I was like, what do you feel? And it was like, I was very scared because it wasn't my car. It wasn't my Audi, right? But I was very excited about what the hell was going to show up in the data, right? So I was both scared and excited as a researcher, right? So you know, after we analyzed the data, and you know, what's the stress of driving? So that's having breakfast, that's giving a presentation at MIT, econ class, that's driving. Right? That's road rage, people screaming at you. That one over there is the side swipe that he got. You can see just the peak of intensity. And then to test the upper bounds of stress, we threw him off a plane for science. But now if you think about it, right? So on one hand, you have data showing you that we spend an inordinate amount of time in cities. We also have data showing that the quality of that time isn't that good to begin with, right? So in which other ways could you use data to peer deeper, now at a systemic level, and find patterns of ameliorating that condition? So we worked with the city of New York. They published their data on taxis, right? Open data. Basically, every taxi has GPS data, so we know their traces. We know when people get in or out of a taxi, and we map that. We analyzed about 150 million taxi rides in the city of New York for a year. So what you see is every yellow dot, it's a pickup. Every blue dot, it's a drop-off. And if you zoom out in the map, you get a full map of New York. This map actually has no streets. It's just made of hundreds of millions of dots. Right out of the bat, you can see things, right? It's fairly easy to get a cab in Manhattan. Good luck if you live in Brooklyn, right? You will always, by the way, always find taxis in LaGuardia and JFK, always. There's an overabundance of taxis at the airport. But when you have this scale of data, what you find out at a granular level is that you start finding patterns. We build an app, actually, it's online, where you can pick 2 points in New York, and you know, the app will tell you how many trips happened in a year between point A and point B, back and forth. And often you're talking about thousands. Now, from a design function is when you have that, it's, ooh, that's actually a lot of people traveling from point A to point B. So what if we inject a shareability function? What happens if they would share a taxi, right? How many taxis could we get rid of? And what we found was that if New Yorkers were willing to share a cab, right, and go up out of their way for about 2 minutes, about 40% of the taxi rides in New York would be shared. If you increase the delta to 5 minutes, about 85, 87% of the taxi rides that can be shared. Later we ran that study. We said, okay, wait a minute, but New York has a very unique typology, right? So how much of this is generalizable to other cities? So we ran the study in cities like San Francisco, Singapore, Vienna, and it actually holds. It holds fairly well. So when you have that sort of evidence showing that you can effectively, you don't need as many taxes, and they generate a lot of traffic, then how many taxes do you need? So we did a subsequent study, which is basically flipping the coin, on saying, you know, can I take taxes out of the system? And this is all the taxes moving in New York. And what happens if I start taking them out? How many can I take out, but still maintaining the same levels of service as a public transportation service? And it turns out that we can take out about 40% of taxes. So if you think about the environmental impact, if you think about the time benefits, if you think about the benefits on traffic, on quality of life, these are things that you can then compound. Right? So we've been in conversation with cities about implementing this sort of logic. Actually, not soon after we published the first work, Uber came knocking down our door because they've been working on Uber Pool. And the study effectively became a kind of a scientific validation of the opportunity, of the idea. So we've been working on these systems in several cities around the world. Often what we see in data are also things like social configurations. If we think about a big part of our identity and a big part of our happiness is, you know, who do we associate, who do we communicate with? What are our patterns of communication? We often encode those in systems. There's probably no clearer example of this than boundaries we define on a map. At some point, if we take the map of the United States, for example, each one of those boundaries, they were defined most of the time. If there's a wavy line in a map, there's a topological or geographic condition, such as a river or a mountain. If it's a straight line, that usually is a political process of either negotiation or contestation. A straight line effectively means from here on is my piece of land, it's your piece of land. It's actually quite sharp. But in essence, this is a map that was drawn in fundamentally late 17, 18, and 19th century realities. How would we redraw those maps and those social configurations at scale if we had other way of tracing larger scale patterns? So we partnered with, in this case, AT&T, and we had access to about 300 million call detail records. We just wanted to say, okay, well, let's use as proxy, who do Americans talk to at scale, right? So you have the states, have the original states and counties, and as you start looking at the patterns of communication, they just start exploding and exploding, and they keep growing and growing and growing. And when you aggregate them, it's a long video, so I want to skip it. What you get is this, right? And you get things that sometimes are, you know, social, things that are commented socially, they tend to be validated in the data, right? How long has California been fighting this split of Northern California, NorCal and SoCal, right? It is in the data. How many times anybody here from Texas? How many times have you heard that Texas is only for Texans? It is in the data, right? It's striking how much the data actually reflects. But so, you know, those patterns of communication and understanding that it's actually quite relevant for our times. We did a similar study in New York City, where in New York City, being such a global city, it effectively became a proxy way of doing census, okay, for nationalities at a block level. We can now do that, right? And if you think about what does that mean for a city, that can mean the whole difference between saying, you know, in these 2 blocks, we have a large population of Vietnamese. You might want to put a Vietnamese-speaking policeman to help the community. Now you can operationalize it at that level because you have the information. So when you have that information, what do you do with it? So the other part of what we do, this is the science part, the other part of what we do is the design part. In a very geeky way, you know, we work with sensors and robotics and technology. But a chunk of what we do is try to work at explorations at probes if you want. Oh, we could do this. Does it make sense? Is it a good idea? Do people like it? Some examples of this. Local warming. This is my reality in Boston. I'm Mexican, so for me, this is a very, very, very harsh reality. But if we think about this reality, and if we look at our built environment, right, we tend to control temperature in buildings at a building scale, at a building resolution. Even if there's nobody in this room, we're still going to apply heating in the winter, okay, which has very large energy costs. So we're thinking about, can we actually heat a people? Can we heat a person? Can we actually heat people at an individual basis, and how would that system look like? Which is actually a robotics question. So what we developed was a system that heats people subdermally using infrared. And it uses a variety of technologies. It detects people in three-dimensional space, so then it's able to track you. Works very, very well. What we actually find is people freak out. Like when we did the tests in Boston, they would freak out. They would be walking in front of MIT, right? And all of a sudden, they would start feeling warm. And it would just like stop dead on their tracks, right? So later we had to put a mat on the floor, kind of like saying people, oh, you are being warm, right? You are being sensed right now. But it's interesting because if you think about what can this mean for public space, think about a street like Newbury Street in Boston. If you go to Newbury in the spring or summer or early fall, it's an incredibly vibrant street. A bunch of things happening at street sidewalk level, right? Again, quality of life. If you go there in winter, yeah, not so much. But when you can start thinking about, is there a potential for these types of systems to actually reactivate, and in this case, because you're not heating a full space at a much more ecologically, energy, environmentally friendly manner. What can these technologies mean at building scale, right? Is it a different arrangement? What does it mean? We did it originally for heating. How do you do it for cooling, right? This notion of personal temperature control. And we're now actually seeing some of these systems being used in real buildings. The Agnelli Foundation building in Italy is actually installing the first one on their new headquarters. Sometimes our explorations have to do with systems that we don't pay attention to. So Underworlds was a project that was originally inspired by a study done in 1853 by Jon Snow, not the Game of Thrones variety, the Victorian London variety. In 1853, London had a massive cholera epidemic. And at that time, people didn't really know if cholera was waterborne or airborne transmitted. They just didn't have that knowledge. So Jon Snow, he did the first study, systematic study, of looking at people who became sick, okay? And he was able to trace their sickness to a very specific water pump that actually got water downstream from a hospital that was treating cholera patients. So he was the one, through that map, it's a very important visualization in the history of database and health. He was able to sort of find the link in the chain. So what it also means is that there's a lot of valuable information that travels in systems like our sewers, right? Very, very valuable information that today, quite frankly, we flush it down the toilet, right? And at best, we go and study it in water treatment plants. And if you go and study a water treatment plant, you have two downsides. One, you're going to find about 6-7% of human material, human-based material. But two, because a water treatment facility is at the end of the line, you have no readability on how those traces change through the system. So at some point we had the bright idea of, let's sample at the hyperlocal level and let's look at manholes, right? And we did this. So we went and sampled. Very fast we discovered that you do not want to do that. It's not a very pleasant job. It's not a very pleasant activity. So being at MIT, what we did is we designed a bunch of robots to do that for us. And it's funny, the robots may seem exotic. Actually, the first robot was Mario. He goes down pipes. The second one was Luigi. And it's funny because we tend to think of robots as very sophisticated technology, right? And they look very sophisticated. These things these were made out of spare parts that we bought off the shelf at Micro Center. Right? Like literally are very cheap Arduino boards, right? It's the human IP and development that's far more costly than the actual hardware development of it. But what we do with these things is we send them down manholes now to do the eky part, which is the sampling for us, right? And you can install it on any manhole, and the thing will just go down. And it has both pumps as well as microfluidics, and it will extract sewers. You know, it's highly portable. You still have to dress like that to get close to a manhole. But I'm gonna. So, you know, as it goes down, the pipes go and they collect samples, and those samples we can basically use them to analyze presence of bacteria, viruses, chemical traces. It's just easily controllable through a pipe, right? And what's really interesting is not so much the robot, but the information and the data that you get from it, right? So when we analyze, now, at the local level, what you're talking about is detection of thousands of bacteria, thousands of viruses. We can then classify each type of virus, each type of bacteria. And when you have an analysis over the flow of the system, then you know the variations. This is very important for health. Think about the value that this has for health. Actually, we ended up detecting a spike of opioids in Cambridge. Right? So think about in terms of policy. What does it mean? Where are you going to put a health clinic? Can you use this to inform the spread of vectors of disease? As actual spatial information that then you can go, okay, and put help as soon as you can. We've been also deploying this in cities like Kuwait, for example. Robot is a project that we did, in this case, in Amsterdam. And the nature of the project was we've been looking at, everybody's talking about autonomous vehicles, and we know they're coming. But what about autonomous boats, and what would you use them for? So this is a project that's been going around in the lab for the past 3 years. And there's, okay, let's invent an autonomous boat technology, and let's figure out what are the potential uses, right? So we partner with Amsterdam, which has a very active network of canals, right? And they permeate basically the whole, the old pocket of the city. And as you can see, it's very active both during day, during night. And we've been inventing these autonomous boats. We test them at the MIT pool. We basically commandeer the pool and test it. And they can do a range of stuff, but what are you going to use them for? The first thing we did is we actually did a design exercise workshop. I went to Amsterdam and had a bunch of people propose anywhere from self-navigating community gardens for restaurants all the way to hotels, right? Take your pick. But it's often the more mundane, pressing things that become interesting. So one of the things that we've been working on is actually garbage collection. So the city of Amsterdam is an old city with very narrow streets. And garbage collection, it's very complex, very complicated. Every time a garbage truck stops to collect trash, they just block the ways and the city becomes chaos. So can we shift that function to water, right? We know that the canal system, you can achieve a very wide coverage of it, right? And free, and this is what the boats look like, actually. So it's basically a boat with a chute, and they come and park on their own. You can have the listings on when this is happening, and then they go away to the trash collection center. We can also use them to move people or boats or parcels, or even become structures on demand, things like bridges or platforms that you can just come and the boats basically self-assemble. And these are also ways of exploring new types of urban form. But beyond the urban form, don't forget that because these are infrastructures, that are dealing with data. They're informational infrastructures in nature. So if you think about how the boat sees the world, and this is how the boat sees, is using artificial intelligence to detect and classify all the elements, boats, cars, people, bridges, structures, and at the same time is using lasers, right, to scan three-dimensionally the environment, and this generates thousands and thousands and thousands of of points, we call it a point cloud, every second. And through that, you can reconstruct a three-dimensional reality to the point that when you merge both the intelligence of identification with the intelligence of mapping, what you have is you have a very effective scanning technology for the city. And this is very powerful, powerful to the point where questions about the positive and the potential negative use of data become critical. Because if we think about it as an information system, you effectively have an information system that's capable of scanning a city at a very high resolution with a fairly high frequency. And in fact, the whole city, if you scale up, as you can see in the video, you can literally map it out, right? Can this be used for monitoring infrastructure quality? Yes. Can this also be used for monitoring person? Right? Do you want to put a system? Because as you say, you know, what some of the things that technology has empowered hasn't necessarily been for the benefit of mankind. So these are the kind of questions that we need to think about when we're faced with this kind of realities. Finally, I'm just going to talk about this. This is a funky project that we did many years ago. It's called the Digital Water Pavilion. And in this, we wanted to take it to an extreme. We wanted just to take a concept, an architectural concept, to the extreme. We were inspired by the works of, for example, Price in the UK. We talked about this architecture that would be responsive. This is this Price Funhouse. As you would do things, the architecture would respond to you. They say, okay, now we have technologies that actually allow us to sense people and react dynamically to them. And we know that because of digital technologies, the informational layers may actually encode multiple uses for space. So can the space reconfigure itself alongside the human use that is being used? So this is an extreme case. So we got invited by Zaragoza did the World Fair, and the theme was water. So the idea was, okay, why don't we use that principle and create a building out of water, fully dynamic building of water. It's something like this. So if you see so the Digital Water Pavilion, you know, it's effectively a building that it's like a printer. It's like a water printer that is dynamically printing walls and subdivisions and structures. If you get close to the edge, a sensor will detect, and the waters will open and you will enter. If there's a lot of wind, for example, the whole building can actually collapse and become a fountain. And so we developed it, we created, set it out, and that's the building working. But by far the most exciting thing that happened in this exercise, it wasn't the building. One day the building actually broke down. And it just started printing random stuff. And that was the day when word started spreading around the city that the building had gone crazy. And we got, like that night, we got kids from all over the city just coming down, and they kept playing, running back and forth to see if they would get wet or not. And it ended up becoming this beautiful human dynamic that you can't plan for. This is literally serendipity in the moment, which is sort of reflective to a core premise in urban studies from Henri Lefebvre, right? In The Production of Space, he talks about how we can dream about a space, we can imagine it and design it. Often we go there and build it, we build the physical space. And, frequently we make the mistake of thinking that once we've built it, that's it, we've built it. But the reality is that society actually goes through a process of appropriation where they get that space and they start to use it in their own image for their own intents. Sometimes different groups actually contest the use of a space. It is only over time where there's a social agreement on what those spaces and infrastructures are going to be used for that you can say you have real space. So it's very exciting because if you think about it from a digital perspective, the exploration in terms of configuration and experiences can be really great, which is why we say that what we do is a combination of urban imagination and social innovation through science and design. So that's our little contribution to the pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What an interesting project. Projects, yes. I was envisioning that the whole world has just literally shrunk. I mean, now you can pretty much know where everyone is at any moment, right, through this. Anyway, questions? Time for questions. Just one, let me, over. No, we gotta.
Fascinating, truly fascinating. I'm going to ask you a very, what is it called, a moonshot type question. Given the environmental constraints that are limiting a lot of things and have to change, and therefore we have to all change our patterns of lifestyle and everything, will this digital revolution, in your opinion, promote socialism? And I don't want to mean from the political side, but the sharing economy, sharing space, sharing environment, water, whatever was perhaps Karl Marx's utopia. Is this going to enable an infrastructure that promotes that, people living, cohabiting in a more harmonious manner? Because now the environment is limited unless we find another globe or another planet. This is it. We have to make the most out of it. And of course, technology probably can permit some of that.
So it's actually a very tricky question, and let me tell you why. Langdon Winner in 1981, he published a seminal paper called The Artifacts of Politics, responding Louis Mumford, who wrote Politics of Artifacts. And his main argument is that you can actually encode political intent, okay, through design. Which is an important argument because actually what it means is that it breaks down this notion that technology is neutral. It's not neutral. You can actually encode values in the way you design the technology. So this is important because when you look at the large-scale systems that we're putting together, okay, it actually falls on us as society in framing out the constraints and limits of the technology. I'll give you one very, I'm going to say, contemporary example of this. Facial recognition technology, right? If you look at face recog in Europe, right now it's a big no-no, anywhere from the legal, right, and the way privacy is being encoded in things like the GDPR, right, and what kind of information you can keep, or how long, under which circumstances can you capture that data. So it's not about only the architecture, in this case of cameras. Right? So London is one of the cities that has the largest amount of CCTV cameras in the world, right? So if you pare it down with a technology as fundamental as being able to detect a single individual, that's a very powerful piece of technology. So Europe has fundamentally said no. Here in the US, it's more of a laissez-faire kind of thing, right? Whereas the discussion is socially not that acceptable, but if you're on private grounds, the truth and legally is that you can fairly much do whatever you want, okay? So you do see face recog under things like national security. You also see face recog for private use. If you go to China, okay, the largest data, so first of all, China is putting cameras everywhere. I was in China about 2 weeks ago, right? Literally, there's a camera system that the city of Shenzhen is putting, that the system is called Skynet, right? For this, everything under one heaven. But I kept telling them, like, oh, for a Westerner, something like this being called Skynet is not the best kind of connection. They're really proud of it, by the way, right? Proud to the extent that you can pay your Kentucky Fried Chicken with your face. You can. Proud to the extent that if you talk to China, recently, about 6 months ago, the Chinese government picked an offender, a crime offender, in the middle of a 65,000 people concert because they picked his face. And when I was there a few weeks ago, they told me that there was a case of a guy who jaywalked the street, and by the time, after, like 2 minutes after he got to the other end of the street, he got a notification on his cell phone of a fine for jaywalking. Ooh. Now, the funny part is that the cultural association of the technology, for many of the people that I've personally spoken to, is not necessarily creepy. And this is interesting. It's an interesting phenomenon. Because I've talked to many people, and they're like, yeah, we can do this, and now you can pay with your face, and now it's good that the state is putting order here. But if you have another cultural or historical background, you're probably saying, oh, I'm not so sure that's a very good idea. So it befalls on us to be able to establish those limits, to be able to understand. Sometimes we're way beyond that discussion. We're frankly 25 years late to the discussion on whether we want to put cameras in London. Okay? There you have a secondary discussion, which is, okay, now that I have, hundreds of thousands of cameras in London, all of them for surveillance, can we extract other benefits from those cameras, other type of social benefits? And what are the restrictions, right? This is an ongoing discussion. So you can design better systems, okay? That will have, absolutely will have greater environmental impact, both positive and negative, okay? As physicists at MIT say, you cannot ultimately beat the laws of thermodynamics, right? So those systems will have to consume energy, so you better make sure that they also optimize energy, if you think about it. But you want to design those values in the system. The best way to do it is, one, by educating society, the power of these platforms, so that you can have an educated social discussion around it. And that is frankly not what is happening today, okay? Today we're still wowed by the coolest app that I can download on my phone without being critical about what that means at scale. A lot of what we try to do is actually educate on that matter. Yes.
May I ask a question?
Sorry?
I have a question.
Yes.
As I watched your presentation, and you started with the robots and spoke about Las Vegas
Yes.
and the jobs being lost and all that. It seems to me the Industrial Revolution actually increased
Yes.
the level of employment for
Yes.
the vast majority, really, of the world's population.
Yes.
I don't see that with information technology, the direction we're headed in. I don't see this as, do you foresee that eventually this will also lift the world?
Yes, but there's some tricky steps that I believe we're going to have to manage. And quite frankly, I think that some countries are better placed to manage them. If we think about what happened in between our agricultural feudal societies, pre-industrial revolution, and what happened in the industrial revolution, is that from an economics perspective, we've fragmented the notion of value creation in terms of the individual. Before, people used to be capable of creating complete value that you could place in the market. Afterwards, because of the sophistication of whatever we produce tend to increase to the point that it outpaced our capabilities, we had to specialize. That specialization, it's a structural change in the way we produce. One of the benefits is that we can produce at mass scales, therefore our net economic production grows. But a downside is that it grows at the expense of the liberty of the individual, because the net value of the individual within the chain actually diminishes greatly. What you're seeing, and if you follow the 19th and the 20th century at scale, okay, the configuration of our productive and labor systems effectively follow that logic. Now, what is happening today is that you have technologies that are very, very capable of taking over some of those jobs, and some of those jobs will go the way of the dodo, okay? And we shouldn't be scared about that, by the way, okay? Jobs go in and out of fashion. When was the last time somebody needed a cobbler, right, or a metalsmith, right? They were pretty useful about 500 years ago. We tend to reinvent new jobs, okay? Effectively speaking, when a machine is able to do what a human can do, you've commoditized the function to the point where where it probably wasn't even a good idea for a human to be doing it in the first place, okay? The problem is not that. We will invent new job functions, okay? No, the problem is the in-betweenness as the system transforms, okay? And that in-betweenness comes at a great human cost. There's a difference when this process of substitution happens gradually to the point where you can effectively operationalize policies to systemically help that process happen, as to moments where you have two conditions. One is pace. It's happening really, really fast. So if we see this percentage of jobs, okay, with a potential danger of being substituted, can we enable policies, okay, that allows us either A, to capture a large chunk of that wealth and re-inject it in the system, which is why many countries have been talking about a robot tax, number one. Number two, do we actually dare about talking about redistributive policies, right? And for that, some countries, that's not an alien conversation in some countries, right? We can go to, the Nordic countries. Good luck trying to push that here in the US without being hotly debated. And quite frankly, good luck setting that up in places like my country or many other places where corruption is rampant to a point, whereas even if the discourse sounds good, you're like, ooh, I'm not so sure I want that. I'm not so sure it's going to be effective. That's number one. Number two is that these technologies actually compound in a way that is similar to capital in the industrial age. Now, the new capital is information and data. In the industrial age, you had this massive wealth separation because in order for you to manufacture at scale, that needed capital to put the factories, and that created a very sharp class divide and separation. What you have today, especially when it comes to things like machine learning, deep learning, AI, these are technologies that are so data-driven, okay, that are driven by the scale of data. And that compounds. The greater your efficiency in capturing data, the more powerful your algorithms become, and then the better your products become. Which means that the first systems generating data have a first mover advantage, and you have a similar dynamic of concentration. So what you're seeing right now when we talk about the huge power of big technology companies, most people are understanding that power from the notion of their scale, their market value, if you want. That's just an indicator. Their power comes from a more fundamental form, that is that by now they have amassed such a vast amount of data that that data compounds to a rate that is very, very hard for other players to catch up. And that is a fundamental divide in terms of concentration. Here.
Ricardo, amazing talk.
Thank you.
But I'm going to give you a hard time. Because I think all of this big data that you're reporting on is systematically leaving out what this conference is about, happiness. Okay. Happiness, and when I say happiness here, I'm really drawing on the first talk that, we can kind of go after happiness on many different levels. Yeah. But the level that I think is systematically missing in what you have presented in this amazing array of topics, with one exception, the one exception being the guy who was frustrated in traffic, and you're tracking his frustration and his body stress and that sort of thing. But with that exception, you're not tracking happiness at the level of subjective experience, and so you cannot, in my view, fully address, are you moving in the direction of advancing the public good if you are not collecting data at that level? And you can, the technology allows for it. So I don't understand why it's excluded.
So I completely agree with you. Yeah. This is interesting. I completely agree with you. And we've actually been trying to get data that allows things like, we've done some experiments on sentiment analysis, number one. We've done biometric data. It's actually quite challenging to do that in the United States. The privacy constraints on that type of data at scale is through the roof, okay? So at least from what we're not experts on that, but what we've encountered on it, we've tried to do more controlled experiments with things like empatica sensors, things like EEG sensors, and try to match it. It's very early on. Quite frankly, there are disciplines like environmental psychology that are way further ahead to what we are doing on that regard, and we completely accept it. It's an area that, we've been looking at communication, body sensors. We haven't been able to get data at scale. And I completely agree with you. What I try to talk here, precisely because the projects that we do, they weren't originally centered from this perspective of happiness, okay? But they were centered from a perspective of either understanding I'm gonna say a noxious system that is creating harm in society, or removing frictions in a system, hopefully with the goal of improving people's lives, okay? So while it might not have that direct link, now I'm gonna say at the personal happiness level tracking, except for the road frustration index, I do think that they are systemically interlinked to create better conditions of happiness.
Thank you for the talk. I just had two questions. One was if you could tell me, I don't know if you had cited a scholar for that, the last visual you had about the different forms of space and planned space. And
it's Henri Lefebvre. It's Henri Lefebvre, and he's this is basically a diagram of a wonderful book that he wrote called The Production of Space.
The Production of Space, thank you. And I was thinking about that in terms of the data in the digital sort of age, and how looking around and how we're experiencing society has sort of become a Trojan horse for that latter part, yeah. Right? And so I kind of wanted to get your viewpoint. How do you counter the assertion, to sort of go off Professor Mahmoudi's point, that to date, and to the Industrial Revolution, people invented, new things,
yeah.
Trains and planes and automobiles, but that in this age, there's not so much invention, but we're just developing better rulers to measure what already exists, and that data is also sort of invented in a sense, meaning we can. It's sort of functionally infinite, that we can keep developing data for this room, and but that we're not necessarily doing new things, and that philosophically that creates problems as people try to understand their own value and meaning in the world. So what's sort of the counter argument to that?
Okay. First, we have to understand the processes by which we do invention nowadays. We actually did a research project in the lab looking at MIT as an innovative ecosystem, right? If you look at the traces of patents and papers, just one proxy for measuring innovation, you're going to find that we've shifted from this notion of the lone genius inventor, okay, to social invention. Actually, the number of scholars on average writing papers today is much greater than before. And those processes, we see it both in patents as well as in papers, more and more are multidisciplinary in nature. And actually what we looked in the study was, we found not only that, but we also found that there was a spatial connection in terms of actual distance. We tend to think that because we've virtualized all our communications, it's the death of distance. We don't need to be in the same room. That's actually not true. It actually benefits a lot to have people, okay, being in actual physical proximity. So that's on one hand, that the way in how we are innovating, it's changing, okay? The tools that we're using to innovate, they are also changing. And the end product of innovation, it's, I'm gonna use this as an example, right? We might argue, trust me, I'm still waiting for my flying car, okay, that I grew up dreaming of as a kid. I really am. But to diminish the inventiveness of this as an ecosystem versus something as visible as a flying car would be not recognizing the impact that this has. And in fact, I'm gonna use Lefebvre's argument for this. This is a fantastic example of social appropriation. Let me tell you why. If you look at the architecture of this phone, it's basically the same that the iPhone that Steve Jobs announced in 2007, right? And when he announced the iPhone, there was a bunch of technologies in it that quite frankly didn't make sense, right? Why would you want an accelerometer and a gyroscope and a magnetometer in a phone? It doesn't make sense. Those were invented for missile guidance systems, okay? Steve Jobs announced it by showing a compass app, right? And he showed the compass app, and for about 30 seconds, the world was wowed. Do you know what were the two first successful applications that used the gyroscope on the iPhone? One was a maze game, little marble and a maze, and you would move your phone. The other one was a stupid beer drinking app. Your screen would fill with beer, and you would do like this, and it would empty. And for about 2 weeks, everybody that had an iPhone bought it. Millions of people bought it. You might think it's the most stupid application ever, but to me, what that speaks is about social appropriation of a platform. Because I am very well sure that neither Steve Jobs nor Johnny Ive, when they were designing it, were thinking about having a beer app, okay, as the maximum. Now, today, what you have here, it's essentially 4 million different applications. That's 4 million different processes of creativity and innovation. And the only reason why they've been able to explode at this level is number one, because it's digital. That's a hard fact, meaning it's more economic to scale, okay? So the barriers of entry for a lot of people, okay, and that's a big if, by the way, if you have the technical acumen, but the barriers of entry, at least in terms of capital, okay, were dramatically lowered, number one. Number two is because you didn't conceive this as a single stream device, because this was conceived essentially as a platform for development. And what you have, to me, those 4 million applications that exist in the ecosystem are very much equivalent of a social appropriation flow process, okay? In this case, in the digital realm. So the truth is that if you look at patents, we've never been generating as many patents as we are right now in the history of mankind, okay? We just have to understand the nature of those patents. We have to understand that in the history of technology, sometimes we have fundamental technologies that come and change the landscape in a very Schumpeterian way, if you want. And then everybody goes and reinvents, right? And you have kind of a bonanza around it. But I also understand that it's very easy to fall into the trap of just sinking deeper, 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 deeper into the data and pretending that that is innovation, because it is most definitely not.
Okay, thank you so much for that very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll let you. So this brings our morning session to a conclusion. And I'd like to just ask if the audience would like to stay through these doors on my left, your right. There'll be lunch served momentarily. So please join us there. And we will come back at 2 p.m. sharp for our next speaker. Okay? Thank you very much. Wonderful morning, right? Wonderful morning presentations. If I could ask everyone to please come forward and be seated, we'd like to get started with our afternoon program. I'm not helpful, are I? I hope everyone had a good lunch. And it's good to combine knowledge with good food. So, to begin this afternoon, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Carrie Exton. I'm envious because she lives in Paris. Dr. Exton leads the Monitoring Well-Being and Progress section at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which I will refer to as OECD. Based in the Statistics and Data Directorate, her work is focused on measuring, reporting, and analyzing data about people's well-being, their inequality, and sustainability, particularly from an international perspective. She is the main editor and coordinator for the OECD's flagship well-being report called How is Life? And she oversees the team's work on well-being framework and indicators, Sustainable Development Goals, Better Life Index website, and the policy applications of well-being metrics. Prior to joining OECD in 2011, Dr. Exton worked as a policy advisor in the UK civil service, including roles in strategy, private office, higher education, research, and science policy, and the apprenticeship unit. She holds a PhD in experimental psychology from Oxford University, and I'm most interested in her work on inequality because I think that is something that we really need to be thinking about in relation to infrastructure and happiness. So please welcome Dr. Exton to the podium.
Afternoon, everybody. It's a very great pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the introduction. It saves me the job of explaining who I am and why I'm here. I have to apologize that compared to Ricardo's presentation, this is very low-tech. So you're going to have to excuse my very 90s PowerPoint slides and my very analog rather than digital data. But seeing as we're starting in the post-lunch session and everybody might be feeling a little bit drowsy and very comfortable, and those of you who've traveled from Europe or the Middle East are just entering that kind of twilight zone of the jet lag where you're not really sure what's going on anymore, I thought I'd start us with a really easy topic. What is happiness? So Oberlin touched on this earlier on in her presentation, and I think it's worth digging into this in a little bit more detail. Now, you might be feeling like the topic of what is happiness is something that is really best left to philosophers, and you may be right about that, although I notice on the program that we have two preeminent Carols who are going to be talking to us over the course of the 2 days, Carol Riff and Carol Graham, who I think could give any philosopher a run for his money in terms of this question. So I wouldn't want to limit it to the philosophers. And indeed, I don't think we can limit this to a philosophical debate. My interest is in public policy. And if you want to use a concept to guide public policy, it's really essential that you are open and transparent in what you mean by that concept. And ideally, you'd be able to measure that concept because you want to be able to make your policies evidence-based. So I'm from the Statistics Directorate, as already been mentioned, and we focus on the measurement side of happiness, or as we often call it, well-being. Why do we do it? Well, we do it primarily because policymakers need feedback. They need to know if life is getting better and for whom life is getting better. They need to know where are the biggest opportunities to raise people's well-being, where can they have the sort of biggest bang for their buck. And they need to know which policies actually work, so which policies help to make life better. But this isn't just about policymakers. It's also about the rest of us, so whether that's civil society or the media or businesses or citizens. We all need information partly to hold policymakers to account for the promises that they make to us, but also to inform our own decisions and the way that we participate in society. So while I kind of have this policy lens to my work, I do think that these data are important for society, not just for certain groups within it. Now, everybody likes a simple story. And one of the tendencies that we've found is that when something is very measurable, we tend to focus on it. And I think it's fair to say that policy, research, and the media have all gotten a bit preoccupied with this number on the screen here, which is GDP, gross domestic product. GDP is very measurable. In fact, we've been spending the last 85 years making sure that we're really good at measuring it. There's an enormous amount of effort and activity gone on into making sure that these are good, robust, valid, reliable data. So that's kind of setting a benchmark for what we're aiming for in terms of having good data that is internationally comparable. But of course, measures like GDP were never designed to capture concepts like happiness. It's a measure of economic production. It's not a measure of what that brings to society. So we need to broaden out the picture. Again, I don't want to spend too long on kind of rehearsing the classic issues of relying on economic data, or particularly on GDP. Some of the issues that I think probably everybody's familiar with are around the fact that GDP tells us nothing about distribution, for example. So it doesn't tell you anything about who benefits when GDP grows. It doesn't tell you anything about sustainability. How sustainable is that economic activity, both within itself, so can that economic activity be sustained over time, but also what does it do to the resources that we need in the long run, so things like the natural resources that help to grow our economies. Finally, GDP focuses on things that are exchanged in markets because we're good at counting those. So things like clean air, personal security, leisure, health, social relationships, we don't tend to trade those in markets, so it's very difficult to monetize them, it's very difficult to count them in the classic sense, and so it's very difficult to include them in aggregate measures of economic activity, because that's all they are, they're measures of economic activity rather than all of society's activities. Very often we call these types of things priceless, and that doesn't mean they have no value, it means precisely the opposite. They're so important to us that we cannot price them. Again, if we want to guide policy, we need to be able to think about the things that people regard as being priceless. So back in 2011, the OECD launched what's called the Better Life Initiative, and this is all part of supporting our mission of helping governments to create better policies for better lives. So one of our main objectives through this program is to add new measures of societal progress, so to broaden out our understanding of how is life going for people. An element of that is developing statistical capability and capacity, and that's the kind of core component that my team focuses on. We're trying to embed these broader metrics into the mainstream statistical system. So we're trying to get them to a level where we can rely on them, they're internationally comparable, they're robust, we can trust these data. And ultimately, the goal is to improve the evidence base that's available to policymakers so that they can look more broadly at whether they're having a positive impact on people's lives. So a key audience for us in Statistics Directorate is national statistical officers for obvious reasons, and of course, again, those fabled policymakers. But again, we are also trying to do this so that we've got the kind of data that civil society and citizens can also use. So coming back to the question, can you measure happiness? When we first started this work back in 2011, this was one of the key questions that we were asked to look at. So there was a lot of interest in subjective well-being around a lot of national statistical offices, around the research community. There was a clear kind of need for some data to work on. But the challenge was everybody was approaching the question in a slightly different way. So we had a lot of stats officers, data producers producing information and numbers about this stuff, but it wasn't always in a coherent way. We couldn't compare it across countries, for example, which is one of the key things that the OECD likes to do. But it was also important in terms of ensuring the rigor of these data. So understanding the methodology of how they're collected and what that means for how they're reported. So again, our main audience with these kind of guidelines, and we're now onto our 5th edition of the guidelines publication. So this one is about subjective well-being, but we've also written about trust, about the quality of the work environment, and a couple of different publications all about income, consumption, and wealth, and looking at joint distribution of those outcomes. So a core part of my team is this statistical capacity building, and we're aiming at sort of data producers with this, so they're quite technical, heavy documents that are designed to guide stats officers. But I think they're also quite relevant for the research community and also for other data producers, because again, as we've heard earlier on this morning, there are a lot of people in this data production space. It isn't just national statistical officers who are now the producers of data. So one of the things we're aiming for with these guidelines is, first of all, to look at what are the best possible methods as we know as things stand now, and recognizing that we're in a field that is moving very fast and is cutting edge. So taking stock of what the available evidence tells us about what good measurement looks like. But also to try and encourage countries to move towards a consensus position so that everybody's measuring things in the same way. Because generally we can learn a lot more from countries' experiences if we've got the same measures. That doesn't mean there isn't space for experimentation and creativity. That's absolutely essential too, because I think we're quite a long way from knowing exactly what the perfect measure looks like. But the point is, if we're going to understand the dynamics of these indicators, some consistency in how they're collected, both across countries, but also crucially over time and within surveys, is really important. So how did the OECD go about defining this concept of happiness or subjective well-being? Well, we looked across a very wide literature, and there are a lot of people now working in this space, and we tried to sort of condense down what are the key components that this concept contains. So we've got this overall statement about subjective well-being being concerned with good mental states. So that includes both positively evaluating your life, or components of your life, but also affective reactions. So how are you feeling, and how does that relate to what you experience? So we've identified these 3 sort of big scale core components. One is life evaluations. So this is the cognitive evaluation. How do you feel your life is going? There's this affective component, which is often talked about in emotional terms, but I think it goes beyond just emotions. So you can think of classic emotions, happiness, contentedness, or negative emotions, sadness, anxiousness. But there are also various states that we wouldn't necessarily call emotions, but it's actually quite important to be capturing those. So things like pain or boredom or tiredness, for example. These are states. They're not necessarily emotions per se, although pain I think you could count as a negative, but that could be physical pain as well as emotional pain. So there's a kind of experiential component that we've called affect. A lot of people call it hedonic well-being or experienced well-being. Finally, there's this concept of eudaimonia, which I think it's fair to say in the literature is kind of one of the areas where there's the greatest diversity of approach. The idea really is to look at positive mental functioning and or people's feeling of meaning and purpose in life. And I think within the literature, there's sort of 2 camps emerging. One is on the positive mental function camp, the other is more on the meaning and worthwhile. And I think the sort of Aristotelian view of eudaimonia is more on the living a life with meaning, which is not necessarily the same as always functioning at a high level positively. So I think that this concept of eudaimonia, I think we might end up needing to break things out a bit further. But I think maybe Carol will be touching on this later on in her presentation too. So the bottom line of all of this is to say that we often use this word happiness, but we often mean a lot more than just happiness. And there's many different components to your mental states that can be important in different contexts. So I'm not going to spend too long explaining what's in the guidelines and what they do, but I will just give you an overview, which is to say that Within the guidelines, we cover off a number of different elements. So the concept and validity to show that these data are interesting and worth looking at. The methodological issues, which are quite vast, and we cover in an awful lot of detail. Good practice on data collection, so what we know at the moment about what seems to be the most valid and reliable ways to collect these data. And finally, what you need to know if you're going to be reporting and analyzing these data. So people who've worked with these data for decades in psychology are not often the people who are analyzing these data for the purposes of policy. So there's an educational pathway that we need to take some economists in particular on if they're going to be working with these data. So the measurement challenge is, I think, an important one to register. And again, I don't want to spend too long on this. The guidelines go into great detail about issues of measurement. I just want to register here, really, that like any other self-reported concept, subjective well-being is affected by survey methodology. So you do really need to think about how you're designing and constructing your instruments. Subjective well-being data are noisy, but we really do think that there is signal in there. So again, the question is, how big does your sample size need to be if you want to look at things like inequalities? How many people do you need to be measuring before you get a reliable point estimate? That aside, all measures contain error. So the solution is not to stop measuring altogether just because it's difficult. The solution is to try and understand and map those sources of error so that where possible, we can manage them through sensible survey design practice, for example. So the really important thing here, again, is to understand where that error is coming from if we're going to be able to manage it. Another big philosophical question, but again, I think one that it's really important to register in this context, can we stop at happiness? If we want to measure the progress of societies, is happiness enough? Well, I think my previous slide kind of gave a bit of a clue about the OECD position on this, which is relying on one number to tell us about the progress of society is risky. And I think if we simply shift from GDP to happiness, each of those two measures have pros and cons, and we're not moving to a perfect system. So I think an important thing to look at here is how many measures do you need if you want to capture people's experiences? Their self-reported experiences are very important. That needs to be understood. I'm saying this is very important territory. But if you really want to understand what's going on for people in their lives, I think you need quite a lot of objective data as well. Now, how you see this in a hierarchy, whether or not you think happiness is the final end goal and all of these are just determinants of happiness, that's fine too, if that's the line you want to take. But the OECD approach to measuring well-being has a variety of different components, and we think that they're all important if you want to capture what's going on for people. So as you can see, we have this framework diagram. There's two big components. There's current well-being at the top there, and there's resources for future well-being at the bottom. So under current well-being, we kind of divide it, I think uncomfortably at the moment, into quality of life and material conditions. So material conditions is the kind of classic income and wealth, jobs and earnings, housing, and then on quality of life, we've got a whole raft of different things that we think it's important to look at, from health status through to environment, through to subjective well-being. So a couple of key measurement principles. When we're looking at current well-being, we're looking at people, not the economic system. So our unit of analysis here is usually the person, household, and community level. We're looking at outcomes rather than inputs or outputs. So we're trying to capture the final things that matter to people in terms of the quality of their lives. So if I take the example of health, one of our indicators is life expectancy. That's an outcome measure, whereas something like how much you spend on health is an input. So we make quite a clear distinction between the things that go in to your outcomes and the final outcomes. And our measurement framework is very much focused on the final outcomes. Again, from a research perspective, you need to map that entire course. But the indicators that we're using to measure the progress of societies need to be at the outcome end of that spectrum. We're interested in both averages and inequalities. And as you'll see when I present some data later on, this has become a kind of really core focus of our work. And we include both objective and subjective characteristics of people's lives. On the resources for future well-being side, we've got 4 different types of capital. So natural capital being environmental resources, ecosystem services. economic capital, so that includes physical capital, so things like built infrastructure, and also financial capital, so things like money in bank accounts. Human capital is the knowledge and skills and health that people have. And social capital is about the relationships between people that help society to function. So we use this term capital that we've borrowed from economics and resonates well with economists, but people often are uncomfortable with it when we're talking for audiences beyond economists. I want to be quite clear that calling it capital doesn't mean we're monetizing everything. So admittedly, financial capital is necessarily monetized, but with all the other elements, we're looking at physical measures. We're not trying to put a dollar value on things. Within these measures, we're considering both stocks and flows, but also the risks and resilience factors associated with these different types of capitals. These are often connected to societal level outcomes rather than individual level outcomes. So this is where we get into issues like common public goods, so things that we share between us that aren't necessarily owned by individuals. And the key for this component of our framework is that this is the element that enables us to look intergenerationally. So we're looking at resources that are shared across time. Again, I'm from the stats side, so I need to talk a little bit about what we think good measures look like, and these are some of the quality criteria that we apply to the data that we use. Now, again, I should be very honest in saying that not all of our data meet every single one of these criteria. There are trade-offs and there are barriers, and there are some areas where we're dealing with data that don't, they're not perfect measures by any means, but we want to get started, and that means looking at what's out there. But for us, it's important that data are relevant, and particularly in a policy context. We need them to be accurate, so valid and reliable. They need to be credible and comparable, so that means looking at things like the source, the sample, the methodology. Timeliness and frequency is really important. Very often types of measures we're using are not collected very often, and when they are collected, it might take 2 or 3 years before they trickle into the OECD system. So part of our role is also looking at ways to get these data a little bit more frequently and a little bit more timely. We need the data to be interpretable. Again, it's kind of key for us because we're trying to reach such a wide range of audiences that people can look at these data and understand up means good, down means bad. It needs to be that simple. Some of our indicators are reverse scored, so it's not totally simple, but it needs to be clear to people whether something going up means a positive or negative thing. There are also some working constraints that we're stuck with in the OECD that actually not everybody is stuck with. So things like making sure that we got good country coverage really matters in our context. It doesn't matter in all contexts. So how does anybody use these measures? There are sort of 5 key different things that we've seen when we're looking across OECD countries. So by the way, the OECD has 36 different member countries. We have a lot of European countries, but we're actually spread all over the world. So Japan, Korea, Chile, Mexico, Turkey, got a variety of sort of non-European countries. So a lot of people think because we're in Paris, we must be a European organization, but we span globally. So one of the things that people are looking for in these measures, and one of the rationales for collecting these type of data, are to provide a more complete picture of progress. Another is to highlight inequalities. We've often seen that people find having a debate about well-being and what it means and how you measure it is quite a good way of engaging people in a conversation about what is it that you want, what is it that you need. These data can also be used to support strategic alignment across government. I think actually it's more about the frameworks and less about the data when we're talking about things like strategic alignment. And finally, data can be used to promote the appraisal and evaluation of policies to find out whether or not they work in terms of improving people's lives. So just to run through each of these individually with a few examples. I've put up here a slide showing the United States performance on our current well-being measures. So the idea of this data visualization is that this is a comparison between the United States and other OECD countries, so other developed economies. And the longer the bar, the better the outcome. So the short bars mean that the US is doing poorly relative to the rest of the OECD. The long bars mean that the US is doing very well relative to the rest of the OECD. And you can see a kind of quite strong pattern here in terms of things like income and wealth. Most of our jobs and earnings outcomes and a lot of our housing outcomes are very strongly positive in the US relative to the rest of the OECD. There are also some clear areas of weakness. So if we look at things like work-life balance, the US is doing relatively badly compared to most OECD countries. There are a couple of other pockets of problems, so things like homicides on personal security, civic engagement on the civic engagement and governance dimension, so that's actually voter turnout. Things like life expectancy. Might be surprising to people to know that actually relative to the rest of the OECD, the US is not performing well, despite actually spending by far more money per capita on health services. So this is just to say that you can get a picture overall of what's going on for people in a country when you put these data together. So one of the things I should actually say at this point is that many of these data have existed in OECD systems for 30 or 40 years. So what's new here is not necessarily always the data. Quite often things like life expectancy we've been collecting for many, many years. What's new is putting them all together to get this holistic picture of what's going on for people. Now, why is it important to take a multidimensional view? Why can't we simply rely on, say, income or jobs? One of the things we found when we look at how these data change over time is that different indicators move in different directions. So one of the things we did in our most recent How's Life report was look at what's changed relative to 2005 in OECD countries. And we can see that in some aspects of life, things have clearly gotten better. So things like life expectancy gone up by nearly 2 years. Annual earnings and income have both gone up on average, although I have to say they've not risen in the last decade nearly as rapidly as they had in the decade before. So they have moved in a positive direction, but it's been very slow. And also things like employment have actually gone up since 2005. Although, again, that's been quite a rocky picture for most OECD countries. At the same time, quite a few of our indicators have worsened since 2005. So if we look at things like labour market insecurity, long-term unemployment, social connectedness, so how supported people feel. And again, here we're actually looking at the same measure that Oberlin talked about earlier on in terms of the share of people who feel supported or that have someone to rely on in a time of need, whether that's friends or family. So it's really important to look at this multidimensional picture because these different indicators tell you quite different pictures about how life is going for people and whether things are getting better or not. Again, if we look at that in a US context and compare it to the OECD average, it's quite interesting to see, for example, gains in life expectancy in both the US and for the OECD on average. But the gains are slimmer for the US, and that means that the US is actually falling behind the OECD average since 2005. So that gap between the US and the OECD average has widened since 2005. And you can see right towards the end of our data there, this drop-off in life expectancy that I think Carol will be talking about later on, Carol Graham rather than Carol Riff. Also, household disposable income, you can see it's been a bit of a bumpy ride since 2005, but there has been this overall increase, but it's quite a slow and steady increase rather than a rapid rise. At the same time all of this has been going on, the US employment rate, you can see it falling during the early years of the crisis, and we're still not back up to the pre-crisis levels. Social support has fallen on average across the OECD, but the fall has been particularly sharp in the US. If we look at resources and risks for future well-being, so again, we have a dashboard of indicators that we're monitoring. The column of numbers there is about which tier of the OECD the US falls into. So number 1 means the top third of the OECD, number 3 means the bottom third, and number 2 is somewhere in the middle. And we're also, again, looking at change over time. So we can see, for example, that on carbon emissions, both from production and consumption, the US is in the bottom third of the OECD, so it's one of the largest emitters. But there is a slightly positive trend in terms of per capita emissions. Those are getting slightly better over time. So one of the things I mentioned is our focus on inequalities and highlighting the diversity of people's experiences. And I think this is where survey-based data have an advantage over things like digital and administrative data. So not administrative data, but data that is pulled from digital sources. Because very often when we're pulling data from digital sources, we don't know who produced those data, and we therefore can't look at inequalities in experience. So this is one where actually the classic survey data enable us to do more. So one of the key sort of motivating factors is looking at the disconnect between what's going on in the economy on aggregates and what's actually people are experiencing. So one of the things that I think most people are familiar with now is all of the work that's been done on income inequality. And if we look at 17 different OECD countries since the mid-1980s, we can see that the growth in income is very different depending on where you start. So if you're in the top 10% from income, the income growth that you've experienced is nearly 4 times that than those experienced in the bottom 10% of the income distribution. So we know about income distribution, and we've been collecting these data again for actually a very long time. But what about inequalities in well-being more broadly? So in our last edition of our publication, How's Life, we looked at a framework for understanding inequalities in people's well-being. So we're interested in the dispersion in terms of the gap between those at the top and those at the bottom. We're also interested in gaps between groups, so we call these horizontal inequalities, so things like differences between men and women, between young and old, between high and low educated. And we're also interested in deprivations, so if you think about a threshold level that is a kind of basic minimum, what share of the population falls below that threshold? So just very quickly again to give a flavor of some of these data, we can look at things like areas where education really matters for what you experience. Now, again, it won't be surprising to see that things like income and wealth vary a lot by education. That's nothing new. What is interesting, for example, though, is that things like feelings of security also vary by education. One of the interesting things in our work is also, again, this country comparison means that we can see, are you more or less equal than other countries? So again, at the top there, I've highlighted net household wealth, because this is an area where the United States is much more unequal than the OECD on average. So you would expect differences in wealth by education, but it's interesting that that also varies very strongly across countries. There are also, for example, large differences in how long people live by education. So one of our key findings here is that if you look at the life expectancy at age 25 and the difference between people who've had a tertiary education versus a secondary education, if you've had a tertiary education, men live on average 8 years longer and women live on average 5 years longer, which is quite a striking number. Again, if we look at something like deprivation, we can see, for example, that over 1/3 of the population in OECD countries is exposed to levels of air pollution that are considered dangerous for health. So again, if we're thinking in the context of cities and how we design cities, I think these sorts of measures are crucial. I mentioned this interest in fostering public engagement and debate, and one of the things that we've seen in a number of countries where they have started to collect well-being data is that the first thing they do is actually turn this to the population and say, well, what does well-being mean for you? What kind of indicators are we going to need to collect to capture your well-being? And I've just put a couple of countries on the slide there, but I'm not going to run through them. Again, the OECD's attempted itself to do a tiny bit of outreach to the wider community through a website called the Better Life Index. So this is where you can visit our website, have a look at all of the data that we collect on well-being, and if you want to, you can build your own index of well-being. So depending on how you rank the different components in our well-being framework, we can do a calculation and you can see then how OECD countries do on your own index. If we look at what matters most to people when they share their data with us on how they're ranking these different components, we generally see that people want to be healthy, happy, and wise. So the 3 components that come out most strongly are around health, life satisfaction, and education. But one of the main takeaways actually for me from this slide is also how important all of these elements are for people's well-being. There isn't a single element that people just say, nah, I don't need that. So while we can see a broad pattern in terms of the things that people place most value on, I think it's also fair to say that people value all of the different components of our framework. Again, I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to spend too long on this, but we can also drill down at the level of countries to see how different people rank the different components of our well-being framework. One of the really important caveats I must place on this is that this is not nationally representative, high-quality data. This is data that we pull from a website, and we know it takes a very special kind of person to ever visit the OECD's website in the first place. So we know that this is a heavily biased sample. We're not suggesting that people use these data for serious policy analysis. We're just saying it's interesting to look at how this varies across countries. I mentioned this interest in the strategic alignment of government objectives. So I don't know how many kind of serious policy geeks we have in the room, so I'm not necessarily going to dwell too long on the last 2 points that I want to make. But some of the things that we have seen in terms of countries' pickup and use of these data are to try and provide some clarity over what it is the government is strategically aiming for, and then trying to get different government departments aligning around those goals. So, for example, we see this in Scotland's National Performance Framework, which has this kind of statement of purpose in the middle. It then has a set of clear objectives around the outside, and then there are 81 different indicators that they use in a performance framework that's updated live online, where you can see how is Scotland doing on all of these different measures that the government has committed to trying to improve. Similarly, we've seen in Slovenia, the National Development Strategy for 2030 was informed by an analysis of the well-being data, combined with a discussion with Slovenians about what matters most to Slovenians, and then used to develop a kind of set of high-level objectives with a series of indicators underneath them to measure performance. One of the most interesting developments we've seen recently is actually countries looking at using these indicators to inform budget processes. So in France, Italy, and Sweden, they've all got a set of indicators, a very small set of indicators that they're monitoring alongside the budget process. So at key points in the budget discussion, there is data available about well-being, and the idea is that that should inform decisions. In New Zealand, they're taking it several steps further, and they've announced that they're going to be having a well-being budget. It's going to be launched in May of this year, and they're using well-being at each stage of the process to try and use evidence to inform the decisions that they're making, because one of the strategic objectives that the New Zealand government has set is to raise the well-being of New Zealanders. So again, this brings me to a point about appraising and evaluating the impact of policy and what effect it's having on people's lives. So I have a slide here that just talks you through the New Zealand wellbeing budget process. And the idea is that at each step in the process, wellbeing evidence is used to assess whether or not spending proposals should make it through. So at the very first stage, they've been using wellbeing evidence to set a set of priorities for the budget. So they've got high-level 5 areas in which they have decided the wellbeing evidence says they need to target if they want to improve wellbeing for New Zealanders. They're then assessing spending proposals against wellbeing criteria to decide whether or not those proposals make it into the budget. And finally, they've committed to actually evaluating the impact that proposals have on people's well-being. So at each step of the cycle, they want to be using well-being evidence. And again, the way to do this is actually to embed a well-being approach into the tools that you use for policy analysis and appraisal. So for example, New Zealand have been looking at cost-benefit analysis and how they can adapt that to look at impacts on well-being. So very last couple of slides is just about what does any of this mean for the purpose of this conference in terms of the link to infrastructure. So I've covered the happiness bit, and I know that there are other experts in the room who will be covering the infrastructure bit, but just to kind of speculate a tiny bit on how this could possibly be used. I mean, the bottom line, the reason we're doing this work is to try and capture what makes for a good life. And I think you can think about that on a number of different spatial scales. So what makes for a good country to live in, or what makes for a good city to live in, what makes for a good neighborhood, for a good community, for a good home? What are the things that people need in order for their well-being to be enhanced? So the OECD, we've got 36 member countries. Our ability to kind of go down to the city level is quite limited. But one of the things we can do is look at regional disparities within countries. So we have got data, for example, for the US that enables us to drill down to the state level on average. And again, I'm very aware that there are big inequalities within states, but at the state level, we can look at where well-being is kind of highest and lowest across the different regions. So this chart is organized in terms of the size of inequalities. So we can see that there are some really big disparities in the US on things like community, jobs, and health. Really surprisingly, actually, between states, income disparities, and again, this is compared to the whole of the OECD, the difference between the top the top and bottom states on income is quite small in relative terms. But actually, they are big within the US. So one of the big important things from this chart to be clear is that if you're at the top of this chart, you're at the top of the OECD regions. So there's 400 different OECD regions we're looking at. If you're at the bottom of the chart, you're the bottom OECD region. So that's why income here is quite compressed, because out of all OECD countries, the US has a very high average income. So I know that that finding is confusing for people who are looking at this saying, but there are huge income inequalities in the US, but this is at the state level. So Maryland actually doesn't feature on this chart because it is neither in the top nor the bottom for any of these categories. But I highlighted DC coming out a little bit in terms of, maybe no surprise, the highest level of civic engagement, but also the worst on things like safety and security. So we're looking particularly here at homicide data. We do have data for Maryland, and it probably will only be of interest to me that the shape of the distribution of Maryland's well-being is very similar to Yorkshire and Humber, which is actually the part of the UK that I grew up in. So we can, again, drill down at the state level to look at the different components of well-being. Again, I have to confess here that the data that we have at state level is not nearly as rich as we have at country level. So this is only a subset of our well-being indicators that you can see represented. But we can look at, for example, things like life expectancy and mortality rate, where relative to other states, where is Maryland performing? We can also look, again, I mentioned safety as one of the areas where Maryland is doing poorly relative to other US states. But one of the patterns that we see everywhere at country level, at state level, is that there are always positives and negatives. So there are always areas where people are doing well, and there are always areas where people are doing badly. Actually, jobs and community are two areas that Maryland is doing well relative to the rest of the US. So finally, a quick mention of some experimental work that we've been doing with geospatial data to try and get a level of granularity that's even deeper. We're very fortunate that the French Statistical Office do very detailed analysis of quite a few of our well-being indicators at the city level. So we've got data, I think, for it's about 3,500 French cities, where we can look at 7 of the 11 different components of current well-being in our framework, and then start to map which are the French cities that have the highest well-being and the lowest well-being and the highest rates of deprivation across our well-being indicators. And this is something that we're quite keen to explore, both with partnering with cities, but also if there are other stats officers who've got this kind of geospatial data where we can drill down to a much deeper level. So I'm going to close it there, but thank you very much for listening, and I hope that everybody's still awake after all of that. And yeah, happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions? In the back. Oh, the microphones are on their way.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I learned so much. My question is about the developing world. And having tried to measure subjective well-being in countries like Malawi, in India, and the stigma associated with answering a well-being scale negatively, how do you manage that in your data? And how do you think we deal with that as researchers?
So I think this is a really important question. Our data are generally from OECD countries, so it's generally the developed world. But we do a lot of work beyond OECD countries. For example, our development center is looking at non-member countries. Social desirability bias in these data is one of the things that we needed to look at quite closely. So this issue of, is there an expected answer that I'm meant to give here? And how does, for example, the survey mode influence the extent to which people are swayed by what they're expected to report? The evidence that we've seen, and I have to say it's generally evidence from developed economies, is that the social desirability bias on something like a life satisfaction question isn't high. But I think it probably is something that varies across countries a little bit. Now, there's multiple schools of thought about how you reduce social desirability. One of them is that you have kind of totally anonymized surveys delivered online so that you don't have a face-to-face interaction and someone feels that they can be honest. But another school of thought is actually that if you have a face-to-face interview and you can build rapport, you can develop much better trust and therefore be much more likely to get an honest answer from people. What I would say is that even if we're worried about social desirability in these data, they do seem to map quite closely to what we would expect in terms of people's conditions in life. So things like poverty have a major impact on where you score on things like life satisfaction. Things like whether or not you have a job, whether or not you're in good health, whether or not you have strong social connections. These all seem to be very strongly related to the outcomes that people report. So again, as I mentioned, we think that these data are noisy. There is error in these data, there's no question of that, but we also think that you can extract meaningful signal. In terms of how you manage it, I think it is a process of looking at your methodology for data collection and trying to ensure maximum trust so that people know that they can trust these data are going to be used in a legitimate and sensible way so that they feel they can be honest in their answers.
Hi, thank you very much. I enjoyed the presentation. I have two questions, actually. And the first of which is, where does mental health fall into this? Like, I know you talked about subjective well-being, which I understand to be a bit different from mental health, like diagnosis and whatnot. And my second question is, with the model you had between, you talked about intergenerational components, and you talked about the model that hold on, let me just put it up really quickly. I took a picture of the slide. So in the current well-being versus the resources for future well-being, you spoke about there's some debate about that. I was hoping that you could maybe speak a bit more about what the debate is regarding those classifications or whatnot. Thank you.
So actually, with mental health, you've pointed to a giant gap in our data. And this is one that causes me quite a lot of pain because I wish that we could fill that gap. We have a dimension called health, and all that we can measure in that is things like life expectancy. We don't have internationally comparable data on mental health. So this is an area that we're really keen to develop further because, you know, the phrase no health without mental health, we have health without mental health at the moment because of the lack of internationally comparable data. And the issue there is also around how do you get to the outcome? So one of the things you can look at, for example, is mental health diagnosis, but if you have a better mental health system that is better at reaching people, you will have higher rates of diagnosis, and that doesn't mean that there are higher rates of prevalence in the society, it just means you've got a better system for catching people and helping them. So we have a real issue around internationally comparable mental health data, but it's an absolutely crucial gap. And I think we would put it under the health component of our framework rather than subjective well-being, because I think you're absolutely correct. There is a difference between there are some people who feel that if you are at the lower end of the scale on subjective well-being, that's the same as having a mental health problem. I don't think that that's correct. And I think that you can look at subjective well-being as a spectrum from positive experience to negative experience. But you can also, for example, be living with a mental health condition, but at times be reporting high subjective well-being. So I think we do need to separate those two things out. And at the moment, it's a big gap in our data. So on the current and future well-being, I don't think there's a debate there are hundreds of measurement debates. This is a very rich area. I don't think that there is necessarily a debate about whether or not we should be looking at these two components. One of the really interesting things is whether or not these are explicitly separated out in the measurement. So if you look at something like the Sustainable Development Goals, it is a real mishmash of current and future well-being. It's also looking at inputs, policy levers, outputs, outcomes. It's combining all of those together. There are different schools of thought emerging at the country level on how to do this. So we've got several different OECD countries that explicitly separate them out and say there's current well-being over here and then the sustainability over here, and we need to measure both because we need to understand if the current well-being we've got today is going to be sustained over time, or if we're kind of using all our resources now to maximize well-being today. But there are others who, again, just mix these two together and say, look, well-being, sustainability, this is all about better lives for people, and you don't need to make this kind of sharp conceptual distinction. So I think there's an interesting debate there about how you measure it, how you visualize it, and indeed whether or not you should be separating the two things out.
Thank you very much for your presentation. To what extent OECD is advocating, promoting this shift into happiness budget, or some of the country examples you gave, as to making it more formal, that governments should go towards that in terms of measurement of what it is they are doing and how to evaluate their policies, rather than the old, GDP framework and just looking at subsidies for one sector or doing some health or education projects here or there, as opposed to having a more holistic, it seems, approach that at least your data is pointing to.
So I think we're definitely advocating for more data. There's no question that we're producing things like these guidelines to try and encourage more data to be collected. This is all done under the umbrella I mentioned before of the Better Life Initiative, which is all supporting the OECD's mission of better policies for better lives. So if you're going to talk about better policies for better lives, you need to be really clear what better lives means, and that's where our data come in. So the end game is absolutely to feed this information into the policy process and to try and improve the evidence base on which policy is built. What I would say is that I think we're still at a really early stage in understanding the dynamics of these different indicators and how they interact with policy and what policy levers we might have to push and pull. So mapping these outcomes onto the types of activities that governments do is a really important research agenda. Because I think at the moment, we think we're getting better at understanding what we need to measure to understand how people's lives are experienced. But the next step is absolutely understanding how that links back to policy levers. And I'm always a bit suspicious when I see people kind of with an outcome-based research finding and say, and this means that policy must do this. Because I think mapping those different relationships between the levers of policy, the activities of policy, and the outcomes those generate, that's a really important step. It's well mapped in single areas, so it's well mapped in things like education. We've got a big department in the OECD looking at education policy and how you make it better. But again, this holistic picture of saying, okay, how does my policy not only impact on education, but also what does that do to people's health, for how safe they are? This kind of holistic approach. Again, it's something that we're slowly developing in our own analysis. So we're applying a well-being lens to look at specific policy issues. There's a paper that will come out in a couple of months' time on climate mitigation. We're looking at things like how do you use government procurement to raise people's well-being using this framework and taking the framework as a lens. So we are starting to embed it in our analysis, and our analysis is precisely designed to help governments make better decisions. But I think we're still in the early stages of making that application.
Great talk, Carrie. Really well put together. What I'm reflecting about here is something that I wonder if you think about, and that is we have in many of the countries that you cover in your report, we have another version of government-supported national studies. National longitudinal studies. I lead one in the US. There are many. And what I'm struck by is how little, at least from where I sit, little interchange there is between what the national statistics operation that exists in multiple countries. In many ways, we're all aiming for the same long-term objectives to understand factors that influence people's health and well-being as they age, but we don't actually interact with each other that much. I mean, do people in your world ever talk about, so for example, there's a lot of research based on national data that is linking indicators of well-being to all kinds of outcomes, morbidity, mortality, whatever. It sits in the scientific journals. It's not been generated by national statistical operations, and it just feels to me like there should be a lot more interaction and back and forth between these different worlds that are generating lots of data intended to, I think, address some of the same issues, but they don't talk to each other. Do you have that perception?
I definitely have that perception. I think it's a classic problem in terms of evidence-based policy. Yeah. It's always getting the vehicles to get the research into the hands of decision makers. Yeah. I think well-being can help with this issue. One of the reasons I think it can help is this point about strategic alignment. Yeah. So trying to get different people coming from completely different disciplines to work together and say, hey, actually, if I'm going to understand people's experiences, I need your kind of data in my study, and you need my kind of data in your study, to get to the point where we've got this holistic picture. So I think there's a component of this that is about different disciplines learning from each other and actually generating the data that we need. So you mentioned there is amazing work done with longitudinal studies, and very often, depending on who set them up, there are enormous gaps in them. So you might find that health outcomes or psychological well-being are really well measured in those studies, but the income measure is frankly crap. So how do we get people in these different worlds together so that you can look at income and health and education, and these are all high-quality data? Because if you can do that, you can start to talk to a variety of different policymakers with your results, rather than just the one policymaker that's interested in the outcome that you measured well. So I think there's big opportunities here for improving the research base and making it more useful to policymakers. How do we get that channel flowing smoothly? I think that's an age-old question, and well-being is not necessarily going to solve it, but I do think well-being can help. Thank you.
I know we're a little behind schedule, but we'll get caught up, I promise you. Our next speaker is Dr. Lo Sang-ho. He is Dean of Business at Chuhai College of Higher Education in Hong Kong. Prior to that, he was Professor of Economics and Director of the Center of Public Policy Studies. He has published widely, not only books, but articles, and you can read the titles in the program. But he has been involved, for example, as the president of the Hong Kong Economic Association for 8 years through 2007. He was an advisor for the Hong Kong Institute of Monetary Research from 1999 to 2009. He has also served as a member of the Hong Kong Committee of the Pacific Economic Cooperation Council, the Central Policy Unit of the Hong Kong SAR government, the Standing Commission on Civil Service Salaries and Conditions of Service, and the Task Force on Digital Inclusion. In 2016, he was granted the Bronze Bahá'í Star for his contributions in public policy studies. The topic of his talk today is non-physical infrastructure for building a better world. Please welcome Dr. Ho to the podium.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very good conference. I learned a lot. I'm very happy to share some of my ideas on infrastructure and happiness. Infrastructure is a form of capital, and as capital, it has to be accumulated, and it takes time to accumulate infrastructure, to build infrastructure. It's important to understand that infrastructure facilitates, but at the same time it may constrain. It may even implode, for example, with the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It was a disaster. It was a major disaster. And with the Fukushima power plant. So infrastructure is costly and takes time to build, and it's costly to maintain and even more costly to rebuild. So it's important to make sure that we have the right infrastructure so that we have the opportunity to make the most of our lives. As capital, it's a factor of production contributing to a flow of services that support or enrich life in different ways. And this is also true of non-physical infrastructure, which I'm going to talk about. We have already heard so much about physical infrastructure so far. I mean, when I talk about non-physical infrastructure, in particular, I mean institutions, values, cultures. This non-physical infrastructure define our living environment, our social environment, and mold our thinking. It may even condition the physical infrastructure, which is built, constructed under the influence of non-physical infrastructure. Infrastructure has all of these kinds which we are pretty familiar with, but non-physical infrastructure includes laws and institutions, norms and customs, organizations and rules, etc. We want infrastructure that serves us now, but we also want it not to constrain us unduly over the long term, and certainly want it not to implode. So we need to plan our infrastructure carefully to make sure that it serves our purpose. And in terms of soft infrastructure or institutions, I would like to point out that there are two kinds. Okay, the first is open institutions, and the second is relatively closed institutions. And what do I mean by that? If you look at this, there are two ways in which you have closed infrastructure. The first one is when you have vested interests wielding power, which is concentrated in the hands of a few, and this power is used to preserve the interests of the vested interests. So you have a closed loop, and it's very difficult to break out of that because the vested interests will make sure that they use the power to ensure that they will continue to enjoy those benefits. Alternatively, it may seem to be, you can see in the second panel here, you can have concentrated power and feeding into rules, values, and practices which are venerated, that is respected, it's untouchable. It's something that, that no one dares to criticize. Okay, if you have that, then it's very difficult to break out of the loop. It also represents another kind of very close infrastructure. So, for example, you have a clergy, okay, that at the same time has exclusive power, okay, to politics. And then you have a loop like that. And that is why I congratulate America for having this separation of church and state, and I think it's very important. I would like to point out that even formal infrastructure, formal democracies, which you would expect to be open society, okay, open institutions, but formal democracies may not necessarily be that open as open as we may think, as there exists such a thing as illiberal democracies, as described by Zakaria, who wrote this very famous article in the Foreign Affairs, The Rise of Illiberal Democracy, in 1997. It shows that without a culture of reciprocity and respect for all, even though you may have formal democracy, you may have the ballot box to choose your leaders, you may still have a society that falls victim to a vicious circle of significant interest groups preserving themselves. And they, of course, these interest groups may fight among themselves, okay, but they remain, okay, interest groups defending their own, using the power to defend their own interests, and to the detriment of the powerless. And there was actually an article written by some Princeton University political scientists. The paper has shown that, say, in America, the man in the street doesn't have much sway to power. It's always the big business that has sway to power. Why do I focus on non-physical infrastructure? And that is because non-physical infrastructure conditions the evolution of physical infrastructure. And it conditions and shapes our minds and bodies over the longer term. So let us not overlook the importance of soft infrastructure. Now, so what kind of soft infrastructure do we need to build a happier world? First of all, it has to be inclusive. It has to be capable of evolving. At any given time, of course, it's okay not to have a perfect society, but it's important that it will evolve for the better. So if you have an open society that is capable of improving itself, then we have hope. It has to contain the dark sides of human nature, that is to check against power abuses. It has to liberate the mind, so no dogmas. It has to be pragmatic, based on evidence-based rationality for the common good. It has to arouse aspirations for transcendence, that is to appeal to the awareness of the common roots of humanity, that we share common roots through the human existence. And I would like to share some evidence from, say, in Europe, during the so-called Middle Ages, the medieval period had several features such as feudalism and religious faith as interpreted by the Roman Catholic Church of the time. And it was a very closed society at the time. And those features combined to form a society that was very rigid socially, religiously, and politically. And in China, we have seen a period of golden age that is called the Warring States of China, and during that period. And you can see that it's from the 6th century to 221 BC, during the spring and autumn period. This is called the spring and autumn period. And at that time, that's the golden age of Chinese philosophy, because so many ideas come out. It's the Renaissance of China at that time. And why was it possible? And that was because during the time, there was no single source of power that holds the society together, and that rigid political structure is gone. Okay, the country was actually divided, and it's fighting each other. The different small states within China were fighting each other, but ideas were quite free, and lots of innovation, lots of ideas, lots of philosophy schools. And if you look at more modern times, during the Mao Zedong period, at that time, ideas actually constrained, okay, put into a jail, sort of. And there was little innovation, and it was an extremely closed society and highly dogmatic. It's not possible to criticize. It's very difficult to criticize. No ideas come from the population. Institutions were serious constraint to innovations and to self-actualization. But then, with the opening up of China, things changed dramatically. Okay, so you can see that with an open society, we've seen innovation, we've seen lots of ideas, and today we have poets, okay, from among the peasants, okay, and workers, working class, and they are actually pretty active online, sharing the ideas. They write novels, and some of them became famous and even turned into a TV drama series, and some of them make good money too. And so we go back to that question that I raised earlier on. When we have electoral democracy, it does not necessarily offer a better model. Even though you may have electoral democracy, you still need to have effective mechanism to prevent power abuses. Otherwise, even though you may have the ballot box, it's not enough. Power abuses is defined as using the power obtained through elections to further sectoral interests and hold the elected officials accountable to their sectoral interests. As an elected official, you want to be accountable to your constituents. So who are your constituents? The constituents elected you because you give them favors, right? So it's a kind of trade. But then, because you're accountable to your constituents, you may forget the common interest, okay? Because all that you need to do is to make sure that you can win your votes. And those people who have money, who can support the campaign, they ultimately, they make you responsible to them, and you have to be accountable to them, sort of. And China offers a different model. Sometimes it's called meritocracy, but China suffers from a relative lack of checks and balances based on an independent judiciary and lack of press freedom. So China itself, even though it has opened up a lot, much better than during the Mao period, but it's still not good enough. And I am hoping that China can improve its rule of law and can open up the press. Now, right now, we are waiting to see whether the Chinese system, with its so-called meritocracy system, and whether the Western democracy system, okay, with competing parties, whether they will converge. There's a chance that they converge. If in the Western world, we have a multi-party system. If the different parties, instead of representing different interest groups, if they're just different ways of thinking to serve the best interest of the country, maybe there can be a dialogue. Maybe eventually, you know, they can drop the party names and they can come together, you know, because just serving the country. So why is it necessary to have different parties? Okay, all that is needed is to find the best idea to serve the best interest of the country, right? But if you have different parties representing different interests, then it's very difficult, you know, to serve the best interest of the country. So I'm hoping that in time, maybe the two models will converge. Now let me share some ideas about happiness, because that's really basic to the theme of this conference. And as an economist, I use this concept, which was proposed by Gary Becker of the University of Chicago. He proposed the concept of household production. The idea is that utility, and I just use the term utility and happiness interchangeably. If utility is based on two kinds of goods, okay, one I call physical goods, and the other I call mental goods. Okay, physical goods is very clear, okay, material well-being, okay, like food, clothing, and so on, okay, material goods, comfort. And how about mental goods? Now, mental goods is like love, peace of mind, being accepted by others as friends or members of a community, and a sense of autonomy. You feel that you're on top of yourself. You don't need to be a slave. Okay, you have your freedom. You have your sense of freedom. You have your autonomy. Self-esteem and sense of achievement and so on, self-efficacy, all of this is mental good. You feel good because you have a sense of autonomy and you have a sense of achievement. And physical goods is like, okay, the nutrition that you get, okay, when you, and the taste and so on, okay, that you can derive from the food. And Gary Becker's idea of household production is that whether it's a physical goods or whether it's mental goods, ultimately, you do not just go to the market and buy all of those things that you consume. After buying the goods, you still have to undergo household activity. Say you cook a meal, okay, so you have to put in time. And you have to transform the inputs that you put in and turn them into output. And that output is the so-called end goods that actually contribute to your happiness or your enjoyment. Okay, so household production is a process of turning input into output. Okay, input includes the time input that you have to put in your household activity. And when you just consider some of the household activity that we may perform, like you invite some friends and to a dinner party, and so you prepare the venue, and you cook, and you have good company and enjoy the food, right? So that's a household activity in which, at the same time, you have mental goods and you also have physical goods generated, because you not only do you enjoy the meal and get the nutrition and the taste, you also enjoy the friendship, and that's a mental good. Okay, so through this household activity, you can get the mental good. And I would argue that infrastructure is important to the generation of not only commercial goods, but also the production of mental goods. And so infrastructure helps public good production, commercial production, as well as household production, and contributes to happiness. Non-physical infrastructure shapes the course of evolution of culture and that this matters to the efficiency of household production. Now think about a concept which was proposed with Kenneth Galbraith's book, Affluent Society, and also by another author, Veblen. What's conspicuous consumption? Conspicuous consumption is you use up a lot of resources in order to impress on people that you are capable of consuming so much, right? Like, okay, you have a beautiful yacht, a beautiful boat on which you can entertain, and people invited will know that you can spend that kind of money, right? Why do you do that? You do that because you can enhance a sense of self-esteem. Okay, you can spend that kind of money, right? But I would argue that self-esteem is something that I need, you need, everybody needs. But some people use conspicuous consumption, that kind of activity, in order to get self-esteem, right? But other people do not need to spend that much money, okay, to get the same mental goods. You see, the idea is that all of us need similar kinds of mental goods and physical goods in order to have a fulfilling life. But some people, because of the culture, they have to spend so much in order to get the same goods. And that shows that, okay, under some culture, some kind of culture, which is, say, I would say the materialistic, conspicuous consumption kind of culture, you have a very inefficient household production function. Okay, very inefficient household production, so that you need to put in so much resource, but you also get a self-esteem, right? But other people with an alternative kind of culture, you don't need to use up so much resource. So you can have a much more sustainable world, if you have the right kind of culture. And that culture is part of that institution. And I would also note that production can churn out bads and not goods, like pollution, climate change, and more accidents, worse accidents, and so on. Now, these are a result of human activity. Okay, human activity also produces different kinds of bads, and and among those bads, you may have mental bads like racism, hate, divisiveness, insecurity, anxiety, and so on. And ultimately, we want to have a society in which we can enjoy all those goods and less of the bads. Then how can you have that? So first of all, we have to think about what kind of soft infrastructure that can make a better world. First one would be inclusiveness. Inclusiveness is easy to say, but difficult to put into practice. And that is because bias is entrenched in the minds of people, in social institutions, in physical infrastructure, and sometimes in subtle ways, sometimes less subtle ways. People worry about losing the identities or being overwhelmed by others who are different. And think about the rise of these so-called right-wing parties that are now emerging in various parts of Europe. Now, they are very concerned about, the large flow of immigrants. And think about Brexit. Why does Britain want Brexit? And what part of that is because they are concerned about the inflow of migrants. And they worry about, in particular, they worry about Muslims, many of them. And I have also seen some worrying trends in population. People say that, okay, the Muslims, the fertility rate is so high, okay? And soon, Europe will be no longer the Europe as we know it today, because it will become a Muslim Europe, okay? Because the Muslims will have many children, and they all become Muslims. And so some people worry, right? And that is why it is important to arrest this kind of worry. But will Merkel be able to do it? People are not convinced. People are not convinced. And that is because we lack laws, we lack the institutions that will ensure reciprocity. And now I propose this concept of reciprocity, which is an important aspect of inclusive institutions. Reciprocity and laws that ensure reciprocity among different social groups and communities. What exactly do I mean by that? And in particular, I would like to point to religious freedom. Let us think about what exactly is meant by religious freedom. Religious freedom means that people are allowed to choose their own religion, right? And if people can choose the religion, it means that parents are not supposed to force the children into adopting the religion. The children have to pick their own religion, given the opportunity to compare and pick their own religion. And people can be converted from one religion to another religion. There shouldn't be any restriction. And that is religious freedom. But on the other hand, in today's world, there are people who insist that for a member of their religion, converting to another religion is an act of betrayal and must be condemned. And today, in countries that truly practice religious freedom, marriage is typically believed to be a matter strictly between the two adults who choose to marry. But there are people who insist that someone with an alien religion, first of all, they have to convert to your religion before the marriage can be carried out. And after converting into your religion, he must not be allowed to convert back to another religion, right? So this is not reciprocity. So reciprocity requires immigrants to accept reciprocity and outlawing religious sects that reject reciprocity. And I think that's an important element in the law that will allow us to free ourselves from this fear of these migrants. If an immigrant comes to your country, he must promise to accept religious freedom. He must accept reciprocity. And reciprocity is basic. If you do not accept reciprocity and accept religious freedom, then you are not entitled to religious freedom. Different religions have different theologies and reflecting the different cultural and historical contexts in which they emerge. But let us not let these differences in theology, which reflected the context in which they emerged, let us think about the essence of the different religions. If you think about the essence of the teachings, there is not really that much difference between different religions. And if you insist on the different theologies, and the fundamentalists, then of course religions will clash with one another. But if you accept that these theologies are different only because they emerge in different cultural contexts and historical contexts, then there need not be too much concern about this clash. And there's more attention on the essence of the teachings. And I would argue that the essence of different religions is actually very much the same. For example, just the concept or the practice of mindfulness. And I discover that even Muslims, they talk about Islamic mindfulness. And in Judaism, Jews also talk about mindfulness. And a rabbi wrote this, Judaism at its very core is all about mindfulness. So you can see that different religions practice the same spiritual teachings. And this is from a Muslim source, and it talks about mindfulness, and the ideas are actually shared, common ideas across different religions. But the theology is somewhat different. But that is not important. And I had proposed a charter. I proposed a charter a few years back in a conference which I organized. This is part of the soft institution that I propose. I argue that all religions shall take as the mission the promotion of peace, including inner peace and peace between nations, races, and different cultures. All religious leaders shall accept that the different theologies of the different religions owe the origins to their different historical and cultural backgrounds. Such different theologies do not affect the commonality of their teachings in terms of spiritual practice. Spiritual practice requires an abstention from killing and other violent acts and a respect for life. Religions offer different routes to the same destination, which may be considered as adaptations to suit different peoples in different cultures. And it's the substance of the religion that is important, and not the labels. Regardless of the label, all religious practices that liberate the mind from the enslavement of greed, lust, anger, hatred, ill will, and unforgivingness are true and laudable spiritual practice. Spiritual practice constitutes the essential teachings of all religions, unlike theology. The theologies of religions may differ and may conflict with science as we know it today. But theologies are like the parables that Jesus and the Buddha used to guide people to spiritual practice. And it's the essential spiritual messages behind the parables that really matter. And another aspect of good institutions is the capability to evolve while preserving the aspiration for the higher good, which should never change. How we live up to those aspirations can and should change because we learn. And we need to distinguish between means and ends, and we need to have that courage to evolve while preserving the essential values for the higher good. And we need to have institutions that contain the dark sides of human nature to prevent power abuses. The right kind of culture can serve to check against the dark sides of human nature. And this is also part of soft infrastructure, because if we all do not tolerate corruption, we have the culture of not tolerating corruption. Corruption will die, okay, because you do not tolerate it. Another aspect is that institutions have to liberate the mind, and humility is an attitude of lifelong learning premised on the equality of human beings rather than the distinction between races. And we need to arouse the aspirations for transcendence, arousing our awareness to our common roots as members of humanity. So we need to have infrastructure conducive to arousing love, wisdom, fortitude, and engagement. And I use this LIFE, which is life, okay, to mark these important spiritual teachings that are common to all religions. And that is the happiness formula that I propose. And Martin Seligman in his book, Authentic Happiness, had proposed this happiness formula. S is set range. So it is happiness is supposed to rise or fall within that range. Okay, so that is called a set range. And that set range is, according to Seligman, is fixed. That's why it's called set. And V is voluntary elements, and C is circumstances. And I changed it slightly to the second line there, and you can see that happiness is now consists of S plus C. S is the so-called set range, and C is circumstances. And the S becomes not exactly set in stone, but it's a relatively permanent range of happiness that is determined by two factors. One is genetic. G1 is the genetic, given. Okay, G means given. Okay, V is nurtured. It's called mental capital, and that is part of the infrastructure that we have to build up. Okay, we have to accumulate this mental capital. And what is that mental capital all about? The mental capital is actually about habit formation. We need to form habits. Okay, for example, when we talk about humility, okay, humility is a habit. We need to nurture that kind of habit. And that is actually your infrastructure within you, and that will make you open up to more ideas. And the circumstances also consist of one element that is given, that's why G, okay, but the other element is V, okay. The voluntary factor is important in determining circumstances too, because with your voluntary action, you can change circumstances in your future. What you do today is going to affect the circumstances in which you find yourself in the future, okay? And that is why, even though we observe people's happiness, the range of happiness seems to be relatively stable, actually, with time, it is possible to build up your mental capital so that the range of happiness can shift up, okay? And that is the V1, the role of V1, the first voluntary factor, which is building up that healthy mental habit, so you have mental capital. And the second V is using your voluntary action to make your circumstances better in the future. So V2 refers to decisions that lead to changes in circumstances down the road. And physical infrastructure and institutions are also a determinant of G2. And G2 is something that the individual has to take as given. Okay, whatever physical infrastructure out there is taken as given by the individual. That is why we need to be sure that the infrastructure is conducive to good. So what needs to be done? We need to build infrastructure that make every peace-loving individual feel he is not threatened and treat all equally, and that include a safety net for the unfortunate, and that institutions that prevent power abuses. We need to dismantle or improve institutions that threatens an individual whose only sin is that he does not conform. So that is inclusive. Huh? We need to dismantle or improve institutions that directly or indirectly fosters power abuses. We need to establish the rule of law and humane laws. We need to protect press freedom within the constraint of the law. And we need to nurture a culture of love, insight, fortitude, and engagement. So my conclusions here, to build a better world, we need to start from our hearts and start thinking. We have to think about how to improve our physical infrastructure so that they can be inclusive and effective in meeting the needs of members, or all members of society. We need to be forward-looking and inclusive in design. We need to think about how to improve our institutions and cultural heritage so that they can be inclusive and positive in cultivating the values of love, insight, fortitude, and engagement, so we all accumulate the spiritual capital that unites us all. Thank you. Yes, sure.
Questions?
Thank you very much. Very much enjoyed your presentation. I have two questions, one very short.
Thank you.
The spiritual capital concept, I was just wondering, have you written about that somewhere? Like, is that formalized in writing?
Which capital?
The spiritual capital.
Spiritual capital, yes.
Yes.
Yes, I've written about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and my second question is, what suggestions, given our current world climate, I would say in many ways, like we see a lot of conservative rising around the world, not just Europe, in the United States. You know, for instance, we see these things. And one of your suggestions is that we dismantle institutions that threaten individuals whose only sin is that they're different and that foster power abuses. In contexts like these, where we have so much fear that is growing around the world, what are some suggestions you have for maybe starting that spiritual capital that we need, or challenging these particular regimes that are fostering the fear that we see now?
Yeah, I have already suggested that it's important to have the law that ensures reciprocity so that we can actually truly enjoy religious freedom. If we have true religious freedom and reciprocity, and with the understanding and agreement among the religious leaders that theology is not the most important thing. Theology just reflects the cultural background of the different religions. But if you think about the actual teachings of religions, it's the spiritual teachings that is really the substance. And then if you have that understanding, and if you have a law that ensures reciprocity, and any sect that denies reciprocity is not entitled to religious freedom, so it's actually outlawed in the first place. Okay, if you have that, okay, then I would say that there will be less fear and there will be less discrimination against, for example, Muslims. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Very difficult, yes. Very difficult. Yeah, that's very difficult, yeah. Yeah, yeah, there are two things. One is easy, the other one is difficult. But let us begin with the easy part, okay? The easy part is legislate, okay, to enact laws that take away the religious freedom of those who do not respect reciprocity, who actually deny other people's religious freedom. Okay, if they want religious freedom, they have to respect reciprocity in the first place. They have to respect other people's religious freedom. Okay, So you can have a law like that, okay, which is not too difficult because it can be enacted, okay? And the second part is much more difficult, but when the law has been legislated, then changing the minds of people becomes easier. You see, and that is difficult. But without that law, it's impossible. You see, so I'm suggesting that you take the easy path first and let more people, let the senators, everyone, all the legislators, let them do the part, okay, to legislate so as to ensure reciprocity so that we can actually enjoy religious freedom. Okay, once we have that, then we can educate people. But without that, it's impossible, you know, because you have some people who actually deny other people's religious freedom and they become stronger and stronger, okay? And they become bigger and bigger community because they force the children to think like them, you see? And then how can you blame people who fear, right? People naturally will fear when you have that. So I'm saying that if you have, first of all, you have the law that protects religious freedom by ensuring reciprocity and outlawing those sects, okay, that deny reciprocity, okay? And you need to have religious leaders who agree to those terms, to my charter, and then you can educate, okay? And then there will be less fear, okay? Because children will not necessarily become that particular religion, and they are not allowed to practice a religion if they do not respect other people's religious freedom in the first place, right? And then we can have a more peaceful world. Thank you.
So we will have a very quick break. I would like to just suggest if we could just break for 10 minutes, and our next speaker is here, Dr. Graham, and I'm looking forward to introducing her to you. So there's more, I think, refreshed coffee and tea and cookies back there. So 10 minutes, please, okay? Thank you. we ask everyone to please be seated? We have certainly had a very rich day of presentations and conversations. And I have to tell you that I'm really happy to be able to introduce our next speaker. She's one of our own. She's from the University of Maryland, and I know of her because of the amazing written works that she has contributed to the field. Dr. Carol Graham is the Leo Paswalski Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution, College Park professor at the University of Maryland, and a senior scientist at Gallup. She has been a vice president at Brookings and a special advisor to the president of the International American Development Bank. She is author of numerous books, most recently, The Pursuit of Happiness, An Economy of Well-Being, which is I very much recommend that book, and Happiness Around the World, The Paradox of Happy Peasants and Miserable Millionaires, and has published articles in a range of journals including Science, the World Bank Research Observer, Health Affairs, the Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization, Health Economics, and the Journal of Social Economics. Her work has been reviewed in Science, The New Yorker, the New York Review of Books, among others, and she has received the Pioneer Award from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation in 2017, and a Lifetime Distinguished Scholar Award, the International Society of Quality of Life Studies, in 2018. She has an AB from Princeton, a Master's of Arts from Johns Hopkins, and a PhD from Oxford University. And she has 3 beautiful children. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Dr. Carol Graham.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I've met a couple of old friends already, which is very nice. And I should also recognize Sergio Pinto, who's sitting right there, my brilliant PhD student, who is a partner in crime on a lot of the research I'm going to talk about. So I wasn't quite sure what to expect when I was invited to a conference on infrastructure and happiness. I was thinking streets and roads and, what did I know about that? But having delved into it a bit more, I realized that a big part of that is sort of infrastructure and human capital. And that very much coincides with what I've been up to. Like that? Okay, all right. So I've worked, spent most of my life, even before working on well-being, going around very poor parts of the world. I'm from Peru originally. I've done a lot of work on public health, poverty, and equality in very poor countries, among very poor people all around the world. I've probably been to more weird slums in the world than anybody in the room. But over the past 10 years, I've been coming back to the US going, what is it about poverty in the US that's so depressing? And it comes down to basically the high costs of being poor in a very rich country. But also, why doesn't anybody in this country care about inequality when our inequality has increased so much that it is, and it's not just inequality of income, we are no longer the land of opportunity. Our mobility rates are at the bottom of the OECD. As Carrie could probably tell you, we're really not exceptional in terms of mobility, so inequality isn't a signal that everybody who works hard can get ahead. And yet nobody seemed to care. And so I thought, maybe if I told the story from the perspective of the inequality and poverty story, from the perspective of well-being metrics, maybe people would care more. Maybe, knowing that happiness or hope or stress and anger are very unequally shared, maybe people would resonate more with that than the kind of metrics we use in our analysis to measure inequality, like the Gini coefficient or the Thiel coefficient or the 90-10 ratio, and the average person on the street could care less. So I set out to tell this story, and my starting point was essentially the U.S. Declaration of Independence, and which basically has the pursuit of happiness in quite centrally featured in it. And so the first thing I did was to kind of explore what Jefferson was thinking about when he wrote this. I'm certainly not a philosopher, nor a historian, but it was kind of fun to delve into this. And it really is not about guaranteed outcomes. It's not about contentment. It's about happiness in the fullest sense, the way Carol Riff works on, and sort of meaning and purpose in life. And so he really thought of happiness as the opportunity to seek a fulfilling life. And he was grounded in the writings of Aristotle and Aristotle's concept of eudaimonia, which Carol Riff will talk more about tomorrow. But also his thinking resonated with that of John Stuart Mill, although John Stuart Mill hadn't published yet. Maybe they talked to each other in cyberspace or something, I don't know. But Mill's concept of liberalism, which combines individual freedom and social fairness. So this is it was a much deeper concept of happiness. It's not about the happy peasants in my other book. It really is about the opportunity to lead fulfilling lives. And so I asked, the U.S. is more unequal by any number of measures. Is the American dream and the right to the pursuit of happiness equally available to all citizens today? Spoiler alert, the answer to that question is definitively not. And so let's maybe try and tell the story. We've had some stark markers. One is just how much our income inequality has increased. But another was the 2016 elections, where most of us woke up to a divided country we didn't know was such a mess and so depressing in terms of the kinds of divisions. An equally stark marker is the fact that the U.S. is the only rich country in the world where mortality rates are going up rather than down, and that's driven by preventable deaths among less than college-educated whites in their middle-age years, the so-called deaths of despair. So what I'm going to talk about is based on the first part of the sort of inequality and well-being story is in my most recent book called Happiness for All, Unequal Hopes and Lives in Pursuit of the American Dream, and then some newer research where we have been using well-being metrics to try and understand the deaths of despair, and that's joint with Sergio, and I will get to that. And then finally, if I have time, so we should end at 5 o'clock. Okay, so hopefully at the end I can talk a little bit about some new research I'm doing on trying to understand hope and resilience and to see whether it can be restored in populations where it's been lost. And that's a big open question, and I may be chasing down a rabbit hole on that one, but hopefully not, and I'd love some comments on that. Let me talk a little bit about the metrics and well-being measurement, happiness measurement, because I think it's quite important so that our findings make some sense, and for people who aren't immersed in well-being measurement, hopefully useful. So it's gone from a nascent collaboration between economists and psychologists to an entire new approach in the social sciences. So I was one of the original early economists working on this. I fell into it by mistake, doing interviews of poor people in Peru and looking at their income mobility, trying to understand inequality and its effects, and found incredible movements out of poverty at a time where there was a lot of debate about how bad globalization was for the poor in poor countries. I was looking at this data going, but these people are making incredible strides out of poverty. I had data over the same people for a 10-year period. So I thought, I wonder how they think they've done. And I went back and asked the same respondents how their economic situation today was compared to the past. And over half of the people who'd done the best said it was terrible or worse. And then a lot of poor rural people who had no income change said their situation was the same or better. So first I thought, maybe this is just the day the survey was taken. Maybe Chile beat Peru in soccer that day, who knows? But I repeated the survey. We got the same exact findings. I got data for Russia, where you had even more frustrated, upperly mobile people. And then even data for China, and I've seen this pattern over and over again. Sergio and I have actually recently been finding it in the intergenerational mobility for the United States. So I called them my happy peasants and frustrated achievers. And in trying to understand this finding, I was lucky enough to be at Brookings at the time with a lot of wonderful, very open-minded economists that didn't think it was crazy. George Akerlof was one of them, who pointed me not to the economics literature, but to the sociological literature to try and understand this on aspirations and habituation and other things. And Danny Kahneman, right before getting his Nobel Prize, the first psychologist to get the Nobel Prize in economics, was involved in this and was actually thrilled to be invited to come to Brookings to talk about my first book that got absolutely no publicity, but at least Danny liked it. At the time, we really were considered crazy. And the head of economic studies at Brookings at the time said, Carol, this is a great manuscript. It was called Happiness and Hardship, and it was about mobility and opportunity in the third world. He said, you've got to take happiness out of the title because nobody's going to take you seriously. Kept it in the title, didn't sell many books. I'm not sure if there's a correlation there, but 9 years later, Happiness Around the World went viral. And I don't think it was that much of a better book. It was that over time, the approach had just gotten much more traction in terms of academic rigor, in terms of crossing disciplines, but including in skeptical old mainstream economics. And then efforts beyond academia, such as the OECD, Better Life Index, the British government putting well-being metrics into their statistics. We even had a National Academy of Sciences panel on what metrics, well-being metrics we might put into our own statistics. So there was much more receptivity to it. That and the financial crisis, which I think forced people to recalibrate measures of progress and kind of the endless chase for money. In any event, it's become much more accepted, still not among all economists at least, but it has become a pretty exciting field to work in, and I think it's helping us understand some important policy questions. So we can answer questions as diverse as the effects of commuting time on well-being, why cigarette taxes make smokers happier, and why the unemployed are less unhappy with local unemployment rates. So if you thought of any of those things from an economics framework, it doesn't make sense, right? Neoclassical economics would say you buy the big house far away because you want the big house, you're optimizing your preferences, and that should make you happy. If you smoke, you're smoking because you're making an optimal rational choice within a fixed budget constraint, and so therefore that should increase your utility, which we all know is nuts because most smokers are addicted to nicotine. And then finally, unemployment finding seems quite weird. If you're in an economics framework, if you're unemployed, and there are more unemployed people in your neighborhood or your state, your predicted probability of being reemployed in the future is much lower. So that should be negative for your utility in the classic economic sense. But most average Joes and Janes don't sit around and predict their probability of being reemployed in the future. They feel stigma if they're unemployed. If there are more unemployed people around them, they don't think it's a personal thing. There are lots of reasons. Maybe there are more people to play backgammon with. But there are lots of reasons why the standard economics framework, and it doesn't always work in understanding the well-being of unemployed people or smokers or whatever it might be. So the kind of well-being measurement approach is particularly well suited for understanding situations where individuals don't have the agency to make choices, such as, and or when consumption decisions are not the result of optimal choices. So I think about macro and institutional arrangements individuals can't change. Inequality is one, but so are things like discrimination and caste systems or whatever. People will behave very differently under those circumstances because they don't have the agency to make a choice. And so if you just look at their observed or their revealed preferences in the standard sense, you may be missing a lot about how that institutional arrangement affects their well-being, but you just can't observe it. And the second is behaviors that are driven by imposed norms, addiction, or self-control problems. Smokers, for example, are less happy than non-smokers. Obese people are less happy than non-obese people. That really defies the standard consumption choice framework where a revealed consumption choice is what you use as a measure of utility. But real people don't always behave the way neoclassical economists think they do. And this approach is a good way to get around questions where you can't observe a choice or where choices are sort of perverse or they're actually not good for people's welfare, but they do these things anyway. Very quickly, just on terminology. So happiness is the concept that's used more broadly. From a research perspective, and we all used happiness in well-being surveys when we started because that's all there was and that's all we knew. But from a research perspective, happiness isn't a great term because it could be happy yesterday, which is sort of contentment. It could be happy with your life in general. But that same, you get confused if you're just looking at a question about happiness. It does attract a lot of public attention. It's in the title of all my books for that reason. And then, the first thing I have is a disclaimer how we need to use these other terms. But it's in the Declaration of Independence. But really now we've gotten to a point where we've identified 3 distinct dimensions of well-being and measure them separately. One is hedonic well-being, how people experience their daily lives, their mood, positive or negative, smiling or worried, as they do different things like commuting, spending time with friends, or working. So I think of hedonic well-being as the Benthamite kind of well-being, which is the most contentment for the most number of people. Then there's what we call evaluative well-being, which is how people evaluate their lives as a whole. And it turns out that this correlates more closely with income than hedonic well-being, because after a certain point, more income won't make your mood better. If you're destitute, it's terrible for all dimensions of well-being, but after a certain income point, which varies depending on the context, more money won't make you smile more, it won't make you enjoy your friends more, it won't make you enjoy your commute more. Even if you're in a fancy car, if you're in traffic for 2.5 hours, you don't care about your car. All you want to do is get out of it, right? So money and hedonic well-being are not very closely correlated. Money and life satisfaction and other evaluative well-being measures is more closely correlated. And that does not mean that more and more money makes you more and more happy or satisfied with your life. But it does show that people who have means are much more able to make choices and live the kind of lives they want to lead. So if you answer this kind of question and you're young, you think about the opportunities you have in the future, and if you have an ability to achieve those opportunities, you're going to score higher. And if you're older, you may look back on your life as a whole, your kids, your professional accomplishments, whatever it might be. Again, if you have more means, you will score higher on that question. It doesn't mean that more and more money will make you more and more satisfied with your life. And then eudaimonic metrics measure life purpose and fulfillment explicitly, and I will leave that dimension to Carol Riff for tomorrow because I'll save some time. And she knows more about it than I do. Although we've begun to work with it from a data perspective. So probably at 4:30 on a Thursday, nobody wants to see equations, but bear with me for a minute. It's important that just to talk about how we measure this. So we use these econometric equations. We have large N data. So for example, the Gallup data, which we work closely with, has 1,000 Americans, or 500 to 1,000 Americans a day from 2008 through 2018. So that's large N. Very detailed questions about well-being and health and other things. And then the Gallup World Poll, which we also use, interviews 1,000 to 3,000 respondents per country per year from 2005 until now, and that covers 162 countries around the world. So it's, again, a huge number of observations, which is very useful because you get the kind of law of large numbers, and you can, of course, there's some bias as individuals answer these questions on any given day, but we're pretty good at controlling for those, and the large numbers help us a lot. So in terms of the equation, you have well-being of individual I at time t. So, and that well-being, that W, could be life satisfaction, it could be stress yesterday, it could be happy yesterday, it could be anger, it could be a whole range of things, and you'll see some of our results. X is a vector of demographic and socioeconomic characteristics, and then the unobserved traits are in that epsilon or error term. Standard econometric equations typically just toss out the epsilon as error, but because so much of well-being is innately determined, there's information in that epsilon, which is the things we can't observe about individual well-being. And in 2004, I was crazy enough to write a paper where we actually isolated each individual's what we called unexplained happiness in the residual that was in that error term, and used it in a second stage equation to see if it led to anything like more income, more health, better social life. And we got a big yes. We also got laughed at, and everybody thought the paper was garbage, and now it's my most cited paper. So things have changed a little bit, but the point is that there is a lot we can't observe that's innately determined. We're getting better at teasing that out, but it's this intersect between your environment and your innate well-being that sort of turn into outcomes that we care about. And what we find is remarkably consistent patterns in the determinants of life satisfaction around the world. I did the first, until like 2002, something like that, most of the studies on well-being were in developed countries. And everybody assumed that poorer countries and poor people in poorer countries would be different, that money would matter more because they're poor. Well, it turns out the balance between income and these other factors that determine well-being is remarkably similar across countries, across people, across time, all over the world. So money matters, as I mentioned. It's not the only thing. Age is quite an interesting thing. I'll get to that in the next slide. Health typically comes in terms of relative magnitudes, more important than income. It doesn't surprise you. If you're sick, you can't enjoy whatever you might get from income. It takes away your agency, lots of things. Employment, everywhere we study well-being, we find that the unemployed are significantly less happy than the employed. And a newer study we've done, if I have time, I'll get to it, is out of the labor force, prime age people out of the labor force, which is a big problem in the US now. So even though we have booming stock markets and presumably record lows in unemployment, we have 20% of prime age males out of the labor force. They just fall out of the denominator of the equation, of the ratio, because if you haven't looked for a job in the past 6 months, you no longer fall into it. So our 4% unemployment rate that everybody boasts about is masking 20% of prime age males out of the labor force, and those also linked to the deaths of despair. Social relationships matter, and marriage always comes out positive in these equations. And this is a funny way to talk about marriage, but it's actually an artifact of construction in the data. So I know, sounds a little weird, but bear with me for a minute. When you have cross-section data, right, you're just looking at a big sample of people across at one point in time, and you're comparing married and non-married people. It turns out happier people are more likely to marry each other, and less happy people are less likely to get married. So what you're actually doing is picking up their initial levels of happiness of the married people compared to the non-married people. So when you hear some of the conservative media about, you know, marriage makes you happier and everybody should be married, it's just wrong. There's some overtime data that shows, so where we've been able to follow people over time, and that shows that the positive kind of happiness boost or well-being boost you get from being married lasts about 18 months. And then people just revert back to their already higher levels of happiness, the married people, but there isn't sort of a long-term boost, at least in reported well-being, of being married. And a dear friend, colleague of mine in France, Claudia Seneck, wrote a paper called "You Can't Be Happier Than Your Wife." And it shows that basically the probability of divorce is highest when you have asymmetries in happiness levels in the couple. So it's better to have two happy people being married or two unhappy people being married, but you don't want a happy person and an unhappy person because they drive each other crazy. So anyway, once we can control for these things, we can then explore the well-being effects of things that vary or change more, such as inflation, unemployment rates, inequality, environmental quality, personal behaviors such as smoking, exercising, commuting time, and more. The most important thing to remember from this slide is that we are not asking people, does smoking make you unhappy, or does, you know, marriage make you happy? People don't know that we are matching their traits with the well-being questions we're answering. So age, and then I'll turn to the kind of inequality of well-being story. This is a pattern that holds almost consistently in almost every country of the world. So we found in the Gallup World Poll that it held in 142 of 162 countries. It will make you happy or unhappy depending where you are in the curve. So this happens to be Latin America data, but it's very consistent. The low point in happiness or well-being is in the kind of middle-age years, ranging from, say, age 40 in some of the happiest countries where people get out of the curve earlier to as late as 55, 60 in very unhappy places like Russia, where it's terrible to age and well-being is, there are low levels of well-being anyway. One could argue that that's also life expectancy for males, so maybe the women get happier when the men die off in Russia, I don't know. But in any event, this is a really consistent curve. There are lots of ways to explain it. One very obvious one is it's just the middle-aged years where there's often a double burden of, say, children and elderly parents. There are a lot of time burdens, financial burdens. There's also an aspirations aligning with reality effect, you hope. So by the time you're 40, which can be kind of disappointing, right? But if you hope by the time you're 44 or 45, if you can't play guitar and you can't sing, you probably should give up trying to be a rock star. So that can be an unhappy time for people. But it's, you know, it's very clearly concentrated in these years. Psychologists talk about what happens here as increasing emotional wisdom as people age. So older people have more stable emotions, younger people have more emotional swings. In economic terms, having had 3 teenagers in the house at once, I describe it as the standard deviation of bad experiences is much higher for younger people. So a bad experience is the end of the world. By the time you get up, you know, out of that you've had so many bad experiences, they roll off your back. Just 2 more quick points. This isn't just about well-being data. The stress displays a inverse U-shaped curve in about the same age range in almost all the same countries. And then there's my colleague Andrew Oswald in England did a study of cheerfulness in apes. I kid you not. He published it in Science, so I think it's pretty good. But in any event, they found that apes have this. Their smiling goes down in their middle age years, whatever the middle age years of apes is, I don't remember. So there's something biological going on too. Okay, so to the point of the rest of the talk, what's quite sad is that a large number of people in this country are not coming out of the U at all. The deaths are concentrated between age 34 and about age 60, roughly. And due to suicide, opioids, alcohol poisoning, preventable deaths. Again, driven by less than college educated middle-aged whites. So the U-curve has lots of reach. Okay, so very quickly, one of the things that I found over time is that individuals who have more positive attitudes about their future mobility, about their future, they have higher levels of well-being and vice versa. So there's kind of 2-way causality. But because of that, they're much more willing to invest in their future, and they usually have more capacity to do so, right? If you have opportunities, you have more opportunity to invest in your future, usually. And then they do better, right? They earn more money, they live longer, they're healthier, they have more friends. Individuals with more limited future opportunities and lower levels of well-being have higher discount rates in the sense that they value the present more than the future because they don't believe in their future, and they typically have less capacity to invest in their future. So I think a lot, going back to this idea of the high cost of being poor in a rich land, one of the things about the U.S., being poor in the U.S., is that you actually do need more material things to just make it. You often need a car. You need health insurance because we don't have national health insurance. Like a lot of very poor countries have national health insurance. It may not be great, but you can go to the doctor if you're sick. Jobs are so unstable now that there's this kind of vicious cycle where if you think about a single mother with kids in daycare and one of the kids gets sick and has to stay home, mother can't go to work at the crappy job at McDonald's. After 3-4 days, loses the job. Absolutely not, nothing to fall back on, and you get vicious circles. The same thing can be with a car breaking down or whatever it might be. So the poor live with a lot of stress and what we call bad stress, which is due to circumstances beyond your control. So we've looked at the effects of stress on well-being and find that income and education, not surprisingly, mediate the negative effects of stress, because it's one thing to have stress associated with goal achievement, and you can have horrible days and all sorts of things, but at some level it's much more in your control than these kind of constant negative shocks that you have no control over, that the poor tend to face. So that kind of stress is actually much worse for well-being. So keep going here. So now to the US. So one of the things, it's no longer surprising, but when I got into this, it was more surprising. Now we seem to be so aware of how divided we are as a country. as late, this whole idea of the U.S. belief in the American dream, that we're exceptional, the Horatio Alger Society, it persisted well beyond the point where not only did our inequality increase, but our mobility levels decreased. So as late as 2001, some colleagues of mine, Alberto Alesina and co-authors, did a study of the effects of inequality on happiness, comparing the US and Europe, and they found that the only group, so in Europe they found that inequality had a modest negative effect on well-being and that it was strongest for the poor. Very intuitive. You're at the bottom of the income ladder, inequality should bother you more. In the US, the only group that was made unhappy by inequality were left-leaning rich people. Northeast liberals and some in California, I guess. I don't know. They didn't have locational data, but So by 2016, a Pew survey found that 62% of Americans think their children will be worse off than they are. 62%. It's, it's not replicating that study, but it's suggestive of a very different beliefs trend, and I'll show you more about that in a bit. Versus, and that compares to some countries in the OECD, Spain and Portugal, in fact, where Sergio's from, but well below the Scandinavian countries, Britain, France, Germany. In contrast, in Latin America, only 13% of Chileans, for example, think their children will be worse off than they are. So if we're the land of opportunity, people don't seem to believe it anymore, and it turns out we really aren't the land of opportunity for everyone anyway. And then this is more of a picture of our divisions done by David Leonhardt, New York Times economics writer, and his colleagues based on Google words. And they looked at there are common words everywhere, like Oprah Winfrey or football, but the words that were common in difficult places to live and the words that were common in wealthy places to live, and they're very different words. So the words that were common in poor America were guns, religion, hell, antichrist, stress, obesity, diabetes, video games, and fad diets. Not a pretty picture of life, but one thing that stands out is it's living at the moment. There's no future in any of those words except for hell and antichrist, which doesn't sound too good. And patched together solutions. Common words in rich America are iPads, baby joggers, baby Bjorns, cameras, foam rollers, and exotic travel destinations like Machu Picchu. So investing in your knowledge, investing in your health, investing in your children's knowledge, broadening your horizons. Could be two different countries, and as we know, they are. So what did we do research-wise? We have this Gallup data, both US and World Poll, and I started with comparing well-being metrics and attitudes about the future in the US and Latin America. Latin America, a region long known for high levels of poverty and inequality. Other things are getting much better. And also similar cultures, similar market-oriented economies. And then within the US, we looked at trends in well-being and ill-being across socioeconomic cohorts and races and places. And our more recent work has been matching the well-being data with the CDC data on premature mortality. So I'll try and get through all this. So first of all, this was all in 2014, 2015, where academics were talking about our divisions, but nobody else seemed to be. And this is experienced stress yesterday. These are income quintiles, which correspond roughly, poor corresponds roughly to the US poverty line, and rich corresponds to over $120,000 a year, and the middle is the middle. And then the question is, did you experience stress frequently, yes or no? And as you can see, people in the US experience much more stress on a daily basis than do people in Latin America. But the more important thing in this slide is the gaps. So the gaps in experienced stress between rich and poor in the US are almost twice as big as in Latin America, and US poor experience much more stress than any other of these groups. And it's this bad kind of stress. This is smiling yesterday, which is a measure of positive affect, positive mood. I sort of like this slide because I'm from Latin America and there's great quality of life and a lot of cheerfulness. So Latin Americans smile more on a daily basis than Americans. But again, the story here is in those gaps. Again, the gaps between the rich and the poor in the US are twice as big as the gaps in Latin America. So again, our poor are not just more stressed, but they're the least likely to smile than any other group in the comparison. And remember, this is poor people in Latin America. They're materially much worse off than poor people in the US. And this is the question, or the result that made me think I should write this book, and that's belief in hard work. The question's very simple. If an individual in this country works hard, he or she can get ahead. Yes or no? It's not framed. It's a good question. It's pretty hard to mess up your answer. You do believe it or you don't believe it. And again, we find huge gaps between the rich and the poor in this question. The gap between the US rich and poor is 20 times greater than the gap between the poor and rich in Latin America. And indeed, the gap between the poor and rich in Latin America isn't even statistically significant. So our poor don't believe in the American dream anymore. The rich seem to. There's something called learners' just beliefs hypothesis, which is if you get ahead, you want to believe that the society you got ahead in is just. And probably lots of these respondents worked really hard to get ahead, but they probably also had some advantages, right? But they're very different beliefs in the American dream. So once I got this finding, I thought, I wonder how it differs by race in the US. So this was about 2015, and it was the time of the Baltimore riots and the Ferguson riots, and a lot of concern about the African American community. And so I thought, I'm going to compare, these are the biggest demographic groups in our data. I mean, we have Asian and others, but these are the sort of the biggest three groups. So I compared poor blacks, poor Hispanics, and poor whites. And going into it, I thought I would get a negative coefficient. We had an optimism question, not a hard work question, but roughly similar. But I thought I'd get a negative coefficient on poor blacks, a kind of nothing on poor whites, and a positive coefficient for poor Hispanics, because Hispanics are very cheerful. They always score above their weight in terms of well-being measures compared to their income. And what I got was, I'm sparing you how we did this. So what I got, first was this finding where poor blacks were 3 times as likely to be higher up in the optimism scale than poor whites, which is the left out group, and poor Hispanics about 1.25 times. So this is right before I started working with Sergio, and I was coding this data myself, and I thought I'd done it wrong, right? So I redid it, kept getting this, and then just to confirm, poor blacks are half as likely to report stress the previous day than poor whites, and Hispanics maybe 2/3 as likely as poor whites. So there's something more to this. Now, neither poor Hispanics or poor blacks objectively experience less stress, so they're more resilient, right? That's part of the story. And shortly after, now these findings are controlling for religion, for, well, the groups are defined by income, but for education, employment status, reporting pain the previous day, which is gateway into opioids. I'll go back just for a minute. Bear with me on this slide so I remember. So basically, we're controlling for all kinds of things, from age, rural, urban, BMI, gender, education, employment, pain, as I mentioned, reporting health problems, marital status, religion, because blacks are also the most religious group in the US, but this is not religion driving that finding, and destitution, lack of money for food or health care. And then we used a whole range of well-being and ill-being metrics, reported life satisfaction, expected life satisfaction in 5 years, which is optimism, stress, worry, satisfied with your city, and do you have social support you can rely on in times of need. And then in additional specifications, we added in this CDC measure for the preventable deaths at the county level. So it includes suicide, liver disease, accidental poisoning, and indeterminate deaths, among others. And we first did it at the MSA level, and this is joint work with Sergio, now published in the Journal of Population Economics. And we also then did it at the county level, and the results are essentially the same. So if you take, if you just looking at this, and when I got these results, these were before the deaths of despair data came out, so they seemed even more puzzling. But then and Case and Angus Deaton published their studies showing our mortality rate going up due to preventable deaths among less than college-educated whites. And I went, oh, bingo. So I wrote Angus and said, our data on well-being and ill-being are telling the same story as your mortality data. So we decided to match it. Would they actually robustly match? And so first of all, this is just to give you a picture of this mortality trend. So the headline are U.S. whites. And these are all middle-aged years. The mortality rate for ages 45 to 54. So those are U.S. whites. The thick blue line there is U.S. Hispanics. So Hispanics are not displaying the same trend. I'll come back. I don't have to. Sorry. So Hispanics don't display the same trends, neither do blacks. They're almost not in the deaths of despair. There's some few pockets of both, but very little, nothing. And then as you can see, all the other OECD country comparators have steady declines in mortality, which is what you'd expect for rich countries at this point. So what did we get when we did these matches? We got, at the individual level, the composite death rate for 35 to 64-year-olds is negatively correlated with life satisfaction and optimism, and positively correlated with stress and worry. We aren't making claims about causality because we can't. We don't have overtime data, but I think it goes both ways. So if you are in this cohort of declining white blue-collar class living in hollowed-out places where there's a lot of opioids, a lot of desperation, that may make you more likely to be on opioids or commit suicide. Those are the patterns we find anyway. And at the individual level, the distribution of desperation and these behaviors is concentrated in these places. So it's hard to say which way the causality runs, but I think it's a two-way thing. And then we also looked at the level of place, sort of average level trends across US MSAs, metropolitan statistical areas. And we found that we were looking at sort of what could we find about place, but also health behaviors and how they vary by place. And so this kind of goes to the question of infrastructure. It's not built infrastructure, although if you think about the hollowed out places in the heartland, there's also distance and climate and low population density. So unlike cities where everybody walks and interacts, and in these places everybody drives, it's really hot or really cold, there isn't sort of a vibrant little town center where people are running around or going jogging together. I mean, so the isolation and the infrastructural factors in these places, I think, contributes to the problem. But so you get the percent of smokers per MSA is negatively correlated with life satisfaction, positively correlated with stress, and the percent of respondents who exercise is positively correlated with current and future life satisfaction, and negatively correlated with stress. And as an openly addicted runner, I like that finding. But and then we find that racial diversity as a characteristic of place also matters. So the share of blacks is positively correlated with future life satisfaction and optimism, and negatively correlated with stress. And we were essentially aggregating up our data to the level of place, but there's also locational patterns in terms of place. So the places that are more diverse, have better health behaviors, are more economically vibrant, much lower mortality rates. They're typically in the coasts of the country or big cities, Chicago, big cities in Texas, whatever, so, there's some vibrant places in the middle, but there's, the coast stands out. Now, if you were to overlay a map on these trends, you can look at a map of premature mortality, you can look at a map of reported pain, which is a gateway into opioids. So we find, for example, that reported pain is highest among poor rural whites than any other group. You can look at a map of reliance on disability insurance. You can look at a map of anger, stress, and optimism. And you can look at a map of Trump voting. And the sort of similarities in these maps are very striking. So one of the things we tried to imperfectly do is to isolate just the role of place. And I'll talk you through this, so don't worry about how small they are. So what we did here is we said, okay, controlling for everything else. So the employment rates, the education rates in these places, health behaviors, education, religious preferences, all sorts of things. What is left over that just place explains? So these are maps of optimism. The top is for whites, the bottom is for minorities. And just quickly, because I know I need to wrap up. If you look at the dark green are the most optimistic places. If you look at the lower mortality map, what you see is that the most optimistic places for mortality for minorities are the southern, southeastern cluster states, so Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina, and then the southwestern states where Hispanics are concentrated. But so what's going on with the southeastern states? They're racist, they have terrible indicators, long reach of discrimination affecting mobility rates and other things, and yet there's a concentration of black culture and churches and food and music that seems to have an additional effect, right? Remember, this is controlling for a lot of the bad things. The same goes with Hispanic culture in the Southwest. And as you can see, whites are optimistic in quite different places. The gray areas are places where we just don't have enough observations for minorities, overwhelmingly white, like Maine and New Hampshire. So we don't perfectly understand place. It's something I want to know more about. And there's some, I'm not an infrastructure expert, but there's obviously some definition of infrastructure that helps explain this, and I think it shows up in the Happier Cities things and some of the other work you've heard about. So the last thing, and then I'll stop, is kind of where do you go from here? And I'm really trying to understand differential resilience levels, and I've had a huge, almost a second education from talking to sociologists and other people from other disciplines that understand or have looked at historical levels of African American resilience, and I think Hispanic resilience fits a lot of the patterns of resilience of migrants, and kind of the role of race in place. So we have, first of all, some new work on historical data in the panel study of income dynamics, where we found that respondents who were born from 1935 to 1945 and report to be optimistic in their 20s are more likely to be alive in 2015. The other thing we find is that African Americans and women increased their optimism levels in the 70s when gender rights and civil rights improved. Guess which group started its decline in optimism? Less than college-educated white men. And that corresponds with a decline in manufacturing, almost exactly. The point is, if we'd been tracking well-being over time, maybe not as early as, the 1970s, but over the past 10 years, like the Brits do, we wouldn't have been me and my Brookings office on my own going, what is going on with poor whites, right? Before we got the full-blown opioid crisis and everything else, with lots of other determinants. But if the metrics match so well, you could have said, why are people so desperate and angry and in some of these places, and why is it so concentrated among less than college-educated whites? It also shows that optimists live longer. Higher levels of well-being are pretty much a good thing. And then we have a study on hope and differential levels of resilience among poor Peruvian adolescents, 18 to 19 years old. So they've all finished high school. Not one of their parents has gone to college. And we asked them about their aspiration educations, among other things, and we find that 85% of these kids say they're going to college or postgraduate. And if you ask them if they can achieve that, 95% of the 85% say they can. Now, they actually can. So Peru has decent public education. It's not great. And if you're poor, you make sacrifices because you're not earning money if you're in college. But people believe in education still, and parents really sacrifice to help their kids reach it. We also looked at the question whether optimists mispredict or not. So are these just Pollyannas saying they're going to get all this education and it'll never happen? And we find, looking at their past predictions and how much education they achieved, they're pretty on the mark. Nobody's perfect predicting their future. We also found, speaking to resilience, that almost every one of our high aspiration kids had had a negative shock in the past. So they'd been robbed or a victim of crime, or a parent had left the household, or they had a sick household member, and they still were very determined to succeed. If they were sick themselves, that was the one negative shock that wasn't associated with higher aspirations, and that makes sense, right? They've lost their agency. In some other work, Sergio and I looked at the Gallup panel data for 2014, and we find that optimists in period 1 don't perfectly predict their future optimism, but they're pretty close. They're still optimistic 4 years later. And we've poked into that data in 2017 after the election to make sure this wasn't just an Obama effect, and we still find that the optimism gap between poor blacks and poor whites remains very high. There was no fundamental shift with the election. And also these optimists tend to, remember, they're not wealthy, but they did better than the non-optimists. So there's a resilience story here that I want to understand better. And one of the things I'm going to do going forward, if I ever get the funding I'm waiting for, is to repeat this in Missouri, the Peru survey in Missouri, because I do a lot of work with Wash U and St. Louis, and you have this microcosm of Americans' problems. So you have poor blacks in St. Louis City, destitute, hollowed out, whatever, poor whites across the river, former coal mining towns, and so forth. Lots of opioids, lots of suicides among poor whites. Interesting, the first stab at this showed that poor blacks in St. Louis City are not only more optimistic than the poor whites across the river, they're more optimistic than respondents in St. Louis County across the Del Mar Divide, which is very wealthy, very white. So there's something deep about this. Interestingly enough, I've also been doing a lot of kind of more qualitative interviews with people like the head of historically black colleges and other places, and blacks and Hispanics still, first of all, they still believe in the American dream much more than poor whites, but they also believe in education. And one of the things that seems to have come with the decline of manufacturing and living worse than your parents, for big groups that never went to college, has come with it a real sort of a lack of trust, or lack of trust in education, lack of trust in elites. And so my guess is the education aspirations of poor blacks will probably be higher than those of poor whites, even though objectively and materially they really live much worse. Okay, so let me just wrap up. There's nothing remarkable about my conclusions except just a couple of things. This decline of the blue-collar working class or low-skilled worker, the fate of low-skilled workers, is not unique to the U.S. We see it in Europe. We see the rise of right-wing populists in Europe. There's structural trends that really drive this. It's not migrants and minorities. It's, you know, it's some, maybe a little bit, maybe some Chinese trade in the U.S. manufacturing story, but it's really jobless, tech-driven growth, right? So there are less good low-skilled jobs, and there's more competition for them. There's some positive stories about comeback towns in the heartland that I won't get into now because I think I'm over time, but there's some opportunities for low-skilled workers in the low-skilled tech sector, outsourcing to poorer U.S. places. But ultimately, this is kind of tectonic shifts in the nature of work going forward that we have to deal with. In the U.S., I think it's exacerbated by exceptionally high inequality, by not very good public education systems, and largely by the American dream itself. This belief, if you work hard, you get ahead. If you fall behind, you're a loser, right? And the dream, blue-collar whites had privileged access to that dream. You got the jobs your fathers had. You had a stable, sort of middle-class life. But what came with that was respect, right? You had a decent job. There was the Ozzie and Harriet family. It was, you know, that was the structure of white working class life, and it's fallen apart. Not just the jobs, but with the jobs went marriages, lots of other things. And when a big firm, big manufacturing firm pulls out of one of these places, a lot goes with it. So you also just have decreasing population density and other things. You know, there are other things so this kind of, and the whole stigmatizing of welfare was, you know, welfare was for migrants and minorities. So there's still, in the same group that's so desperate, there's this anti-government, anti-welfare sentiment But, you know, collective support can be a good thing. It's held a lot of these communities together. There are other things we really don't understand, such as differential resilience across races. I mean, that's a very stark story, but, you know, I can't say I can explain it. I can identify it. And then the big question, of course, is, I mean, we have some evidence that hope and resilience really lasts, even with negative shocks. I want to know more about that. But also, can resilience be learned or restored in places where hope has been lost? There's some pretty neat experiments from people just working in the field that suggest that particularly young people who grow up in bad circumstances can be taught tools to increase resilience, but it's a very open question. There are also lessons from the well-being research that show that in these deprived places where people are isolated, like prime-age males out of the labor force, are disproportionately, not just on opioids, but sitting at home playing video games all day. That's a toxic combination. But the well-being literature based a lot on the British work, a group called What Works Wellbeing that I'm an advisor to and work with, where they implement interventions in deprived communities that are not very expensive, but they then assess their effects on well-being, but also other things like health behaviors from a cost-benefit perspective, and then a generalizability or scaling perspective. And they're very simple things like improving access to the arts or access for volunteering in these places where you have a lot of people who aren't going to work again, like most 55-year-old former coal miners or former car manufacturing workers, that show that just giving, you know, providing opportunities to get people out of isolation and to, you know, have more of a collective sense of existence seems to really improve well-being. Younger generations just need to be you know, they need better education at not necessarily college, but you can't assume a whole generation of low-skilled young people is going to be fine if they don't find employment. So there are some positive examples and strategies we can look at. And finally, as I mentioned before, if we'd simply been tracking well-being regularly here, we might have been a few steps ahead of where we are now in finding this pretty daunting social crisis, which is spilling over into our politics and all kinds of other things. So I hope I went on a bit long, but thank you.
Time for questions. Thank you so much. Very nice research. Thank you.
Thank you. Probably everybody's exhausted. Oh, maybe not.
We have questions.
Thank you for this, which is so relevant in this day and age that we are living. One thing, actually two questions. Have any of these liberal, democratic, hopeful candidates come to you, or some of these messages being shared with them, or them being educated about this, you know, more scientific look at what's going on? And secondly, on this differential resilience, and I don't know even how to pose the question. I had to deal in a personal situation with a number of Black Americans, and it was a case of discrimination in the law. And me being here in this country for the past 30, 40 years, I wasn't born here, I was outraged. Whereas when I was interacting with the Black Americans, they were accepting, sort of. And I hate to use the word acceptance, but it felt to me like years of exploitation or discrimination against them had raised their tolerance level, so to speak, to observing an unjust situation. And I don't know whether that historical, if that's a factor at all, or if it's just, you know, something that is totally irrelevant. But anyhow, thank you so much.
Very good questions. No candidates have approached me, which doesn't surprise me, but certainly I've been involved at the state level and at some city levels where governments have implemented well-being indices. City of Santa Monica advised. Vermont has a big sort of happiness measurement effort. Maryland for a while had something called the GPI, which was a general progress indicator based on well-being metrics. I don't know if it still exists. There are others, Seattle, I think it's Seattle and Portland have also kind of explored in this area. There's a lot more in the space of kind of quality of life, quality of work, in the thinking about the future of work, that it's going to look different, that also sort of takes from this literature. But it probably better off that it doesn't get into the political sphere. I remember with our National Academy of Sciences panel, it was written up in the Wall Street Journal before we'd even met as an Obama government effort to have the government tell you how to be happy. So we weren't funded by the Obama government, we were funded by the National Academies, and obviously this work is not telling people about how to be happy. But so anyway, to that question. And then resilience, yeah, I mean, I think I don't know how good our definitions of resilience are. My experience is that, yes, some of this story is about having to deal with discrimination and injustice over time and building psychological adaptation mechanisms to get beyond it. Some of it's about expectations. So if you know the system's unfair, you know everything you get is you work for it because it's not helping you. The rest isn't helping you. So I think that's where the American dream sort of is biting the people who had privileged access to it before. Now it's kind of coming back at them because they're realizing the system isn't always fair and that it's jaded and favors wealthy people and whatever it might be, and they have no other narrative, versus both migrants and African Americans have had to deal with discrimination. They've internalized the fact that the system isn't always fair and it often works against them, and so you still want to go to school, you still want to get ahead, and you have a story of gradual, hard-fought progress that's a healthier story. So just a very quick anecdote on this that's, I think, really compelling, and it's not based on large N data, but a colleague, friend of mine, Andrew Cherlin at Hopkins, has done a lot of work on whether you believe you live worse or better than your parents, and most minorities and African Americans say they live better than their parents, and a lot of blue-collar whites say they live worse than their parents, which reflects the reality, but believing that you live worse than your parents is associated with less trust in others, less trust in government, lower levels of well-being. And he's done some new work in the Bethlehem Steel, former Bethlehem Steel neighborhoods, Dundalk, Baltimore, for starters. And you had, a very vibrant steelworking operation going on, and the whites, blue-collar whites, had privileged access to the good jobs. And in the 50s, a cohort of African Americans from North Carolina was brought in to work in the steel mills. They lived in segregated housing. They kept switching the rules on them. Even when you had civil rights laws passed, they would change the definition of seniority and everything else, so they never got the same kinds of promotions. So Andrew's been interviewing the kids of the former steelworkers. So the kids of the white steelworkers still live in Dundalk. They haven't gone to college. They're upset. I'm not saying they're raging Trump supporters, but they're basically, pretty jaded about the system. And they're really upset that there's Section 8 housing and Hispanics in the neighborhood. Versus the children of the black steelworkers, almost all of them, went to college. They live in nice parts of Baltimore like Towson. They come back to the church in the neighborhood, which is the same neighborhood The Wired was shot in, and they come back every Sunday and give back to the community. So that story says a lot about, resilience in terms of getting ahead. Even though your parents were discriminated against, they pushed you to go to college. It says a lot about the community ties, though, that also seem to drive that. And I think you could probably blow that study up in some way and explain a lot of these differences. Not all of it, but.
Yes.
Yes, and to add on to that, I was thinking Arlie Hochschild wrote a book called Strangers in Their Own Land, and she interviewed Tea Party supporters in Louisiana, and she found some of those dynamics that you're asking about among whites there. They basically feel like they're overrun by the government and they're not getting the things that they're promised. But my question to you was, I've been doing work on young adult well-being, and I'm interested in your findings among poor blacks and poor whites. Do they differ by age? I know you talked a lot about the middle-aged deaths, but I was just wondering.
Yeah, that's a great question. And back to Arlie Hochschild, what's amazing about that book is she finds that, so these whites in Baton Rouge, most of them have had really bad negative shocks to their lives because of industry, polluting the Gulf, firing people who, all sorts of things, and yet they still believe more in the industry than the government. And she's trying to build empathy, and she talks about how generous these people are, and they all, offer her tea and whatever, even though she's this liberal Berkeley professor. But at the end, she's saying goodbye to one of the people that kind of hosted her, really introduced her to everybody else, who had been fired by BP, I think, or Shell, I don't remember which, and his, half his family had died from cancer from the pollution. And she just can't figure out why he's so, kind of almost passive about it, and still doesn't believe in the government, still supports the Tea Party, still supports industry. And when he says goodbye to her, she says something about, she hopes his brother's okay or something. Goes, well, I don't know, but otherwise it'll be better in the next life. And she just kind of, it's hard to get your head around that. I mean, even whatever you believe in, it's just sort of the kind of this convoluted belief structure that, there isn't really a positive narrative to get out of it. And then in terms of, this is a cool finding with if you look at optimism curves, life satisfaction has that U curve, and people get happier with their life, or have higher levels of life satisfaction as they age. But for most people, optimism tends to drop a bit as they age, particularly if you're asking about the future. Well, if you're 75, you may think things are okay now, but you're probably not optimistic about 5 or 10 years from now. Some are, but the average trend is a slight downward trend in optimism when you have an upward trend in life satisfaction. The only group where optimism stays at its high levels into the older years are African Americans. Younger African Americans are also more optimistic, but they're more frustrated and angry. And then older African Americans are just more optimistic, and they sort of much less angry with age. So anyway, yeah, it's a story of resilience and more that we don't fully understand.
Questions? Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Graham. It was a pleasure to have you, and we appreciate your being with us today. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
So I know some of you will stay here until guided elsewhere, and then for the rest of you, we hope you will come back tomorrow morning, and we will resume this amazing wonderful set of speakers who have really enlightened us and given us so much to think about and reflect on in relation to this whole concept of infrastructure and happiness. And I would like to thank all the speakers today for their marvelous presentations. It was fabulous to hear what you are all doing. And we look forward to tomorrow's conference as well, and we hope that you will come back. Thank you.